I'm still undecided on whether or not it makes sense. How do I shuffle these? They're very large. I have tiny hands. To introduce myself at this point. I feel like it would make sense, like logically speaking, but when has that ever fucking hindered or affected my opinion on something? But I feel like the majority of people who are here for like the no bullshit are just gonna like go right down to like the timestamps and be like, listen, I'm here for the message. Anything else you have to say, get fucked. I don't want to hear it. And honestly, baby, that's valid. And then the people that want to hear me ramble are gonna stick around and therefore would already be aware of who I am. So hi, my babies. Hello. Welcome to Rosebloom Storytime. I'm devastated. I have to start. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I have been doing this a very long time. And in the very long time that I have been doing this, I have not once lost a deck. Ever. And people are like, oh, when a deck goes missing, it's because of and like, that's fine. Sure, of course, great. But I don't, because they're like my children. You know, you build a rapport with them, you build a relationship with your decks, and I love them. And I went, why is my hand shaking? My hand is shaking because I've had a lot of caffeine is why my hand is shaking. I have the Mermaid Tarot that I love. I use it sometimes and it makes me happy. And I've been using it a lot. We were building up to the full moon. Shit was happening. Things were occurring. And I use that deck a lot. I've also been working a ton. So I've been... What else are we doing? What is happening right now? Okay. I've also... Wow, my train of thought is not here today. I've also, been working a lot, so I've been falling asleep on the sofa a lot the last couple days. And so I've been falling asleep on top of my card decks, which sounds accurately pathetic, not more or less pathetic than the realistic scenario. And I went to pick the decks for today's reading, and I couldn't fucking find the Mermaid Tarot, so I think I lost it in my sofa. And I could have immediately checked to verify that, but I was like, I'm just gonna complain about it on the internet. And then maybe later on do something to rectify that circumstance. I mean, who the fuck knows, right? But yeah. Also, I have to, okay, there's a lot to discuss today. How are we all doing? How are we all feeling? We just had a very beautiful full moon in Sagittarius, very abundant, very lucky. Leading up to it, heavy as fuck. But the aftermath, I feel like genuinely, my babies. This was probably... I don't know if it was one of my most full moons of the... It was definitely one of my most full moons of the year, for sure. Oh, fuck me. We're in it now, my babies. Oh my fucking goodness. Definitely a full moon. Probably one of my most full moons of the year. Fuck. Jesus Christ. I didn't. I need to leave. I can't do this right now. I can't. I have to go. I have to just go away from here. Fuck it. One of my most full moons of the year. I don't even fucking know what I was trying to say before that. Definitely an improvement from the lunar eclipse in Scorpio last month, because fuck me raw, that was crazy. But I think full moons are a very individual experience. Because I was talking to some people who were like really fucking going through it, and I was like, I feel nice. I feel hungover as fuck. I wasn't actually hungover, but full moon hungover, which is probably just me waking up every hour to be like, wow, look at the moon, and not getting enough sleep, and then the next day being like, oh, I don't feel well. I'm sleepy today. I didn't have enough caffeine. Um, but I think my body needs a lot more, yeah, yes, okay, caffeine than usual because, if you follow me on Instagram or if you're on Patreon, you'll know that a few days ago, I went on a fucking gauntlet, and I filmed 5 readings in 12 hours for Patreon. Not to shamelessly self-promote, but they're pretty good. They're pretty good. I enjoyed myself. They were fun. You know, some of them were quite saucy. And near the final one, on hour 10 through 12, I got really unhinged, and some of the things I said were incredibly questionable, which is like the usual, but put me on Patreon where I don't have to worry about YouTube being like, listen, you silly idiot. Got crazy. But yes, so to do those 12 hours, I had to drink, I think, more caffeine than I have drank consecutively in like the last 6 months of my life. And it got to the point where it was around like 3 in the morning, and I had gone on Instagram and posted on my stories. And then I finished filming and I went to bed. And then the next day I woke up and I had so many notifications. And I had remembered posting in the middle of the night, but I couldn't remember what I posted. So I was like, oh no. Oh no. Because you never know, but it's usually, oh no, you know? And it wasn't anything bad. I had made shadow puppets and I thought they were really cool. I made a kangaroo. That was cool. That was pretty much it. So it wasn't that bad, but I had been texting a friend of mine, and he is a gaming streamer on Twitch. So he's used to filming for, like, that's different. Filming and like live stream, those are two like very different things. Live streaming, you'd have to be present. Filming, I got to like take a break for 20 minutes and look at funny memes and then laugh in the silence of my office at 2 a.m. and scare the shit out of myself. But he's, you know, used to, I'm sorry, I'm tying my hair and I don't want to punch the camera, so I'm back here because my hair is too long. He's used to filming for like long periods of time, and used to being very artificially caffeinated. And he was like, no, you need to break out the energy drinks. And I was like, listen, fucking listen to me. I only started actively drinking coffee in the last 2 months of my life, and it makes my hands and voice shake for the next 3 days. If I ever looked at an energy drink, I would go into fucking anaphylaxis. I would have a fucking heart attack. I would implode. I would turn into a collapsed star. It terrifies me. I am so actively petrified of energy drinks. When people drink them, I'm mystified. I'm like, how are you living right now? Like, how do you do that? It's crazy. So no, I didn't. But I think that might be why I'm still sleepy, is I'm still catching up on my energy after those 12 hours. Also, I got a message recently. Couldn't tell you when. The time span between some point and now, I received a message on Instagram, and someone was talking about a far back Rosebloom story time when I had talked about being a singer in a band and recording music in the early 2000s, and blah 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 blah. And they were like, okay, wait, for clarification, what kind of music did you make? Because you know, you said you were inspired by like these kinds of different bands and some heavy metal bands and these sounds and blah 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 blah. And some of your bandmates went on to like metal groups and so on and so forth and blah 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 blah. And they were like, were you in a heavy metal band? And no, it wasn't heavy. It was not. Absolutely was not heavy metal. No, we were, no. It was, what would you classify it as? I don't know. Wasn't, Anyway, long story short, they were like, did you sing or did you scream? Now listen. I thought I had spoken about this, but I guess I haven't. I don't remember when I say things. I don't remember what I say. It just kind of comes out and then it's in the world. And I have no control or recollection of how it got there or what's existing in that space. But I don't know what genre we were. Some form of rock, I guess. Mishmash. And there were definitely songs that were softer, more harmonized, I guess you could say. But yeah, no, there was a lot of, there was a lot of screaming and growling. I remember actually, okay, right before I think we had started our second EP. Our second EP was much heavier than the first EP. The first EP was more like, I don't know, I guess more like punk rock, and the second EP was more like operatic metal, I suppose you would classify it as. I don't know. Is anything real? Probably not. And so right around the time of the second EP, I had just gotten into this band. I was very into Nightwish. I was very into Evanescence. And I had just gotten into this band. I was very into My Chemical Romance and Green Day and Queen and all that shit. And I was very into this band called Sonic Syndicate. This Swedish heavy metal band. Swedish metal band? They weren't heavy. Swedish metal band. And I really liked... I actually really liked the look of their guitarist. I thought he was very attractive. So I was like, let's listen. And so I got their CD, because that was this timeline. And I remember playing it on like a little boombox in my room, and the guitar came in. It was very heavy, very cool, but then they started growling and I got so scared I had to turn it off because I was like, whoa, that's loud. And it was like, but I'm intrigued. And so I was like, I can't let music scare me. So I put the volume on very low, and I played it again, and I got through like the initial scary growl, and then I got farther into it, and it was very good. I think it was their first album. I don't remember. They did not last long. They were, but they were cool and good, I think. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't listened to them in a long time. Maybe they... Anyway, at the time I enjoyed them. And I was like, this is really cool, because they had like really nice singing. They had like a very like gruff, very like punk-esque singer, and then they had like the growling and the screaming and stuff. And I was like, this sounds cool. That's really cool. I had never experienced metal before that, outside of like a bit of Iron Maiden and the Misfits, but mostly like my parents didn't listen to that kind of thing, and I didn't really have, my brothers didn't really listen to that either, so hence me listening to it and screaming and hiding behind my bed, but being like, huh, you son of a bitch, you've got my interest. And so a few months after that, we had started on our second EP, and I was like, guys and gals, what if we incorporated like some form of screaming and growling into this album? Thoughts? And they were like, yeah, absolutely. Who's gonna do it? And I was like, not fucking me, baby. I have a 3.5 fucking octave range to protect. Like, no, thank you. And nobody could. It was me, my backup singer, and then 3 other dudes, and none of these dudes knew how to scream. And I was like, I don't know how to do that. But so they were like, well, maybe we can't do it. And I was like, no, I want to. And I was the one writing the song. So I was like, I've already written these like 6 songs that I want like screaming and growling involved in. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. And I was so petrified to do it. I was so scared that I was going to obliterate my throat and ruin the fucking 8 years of singing that I had given myself prior to that and practiced with, and so on and so forth. And I had no technique for it. I had no knowledge for it. I had no understanding of it outside of like the music that I listened to over the years. And I'm not, I don't, I don't like what? So, I had my little private recording booth because, as you guys may or may not know, I was very shy when it came to singing, even in front of my band. I had a band and was the singer, would not sing in front of them, outside of like a few live shows that made me want to throw up and pass out. So, um, so I had my little private vocal booth, and I was just like, let's just do it. I'll figure it out as we fucking do it, I guess. And my producer didn't really have like a realm of reference, even though he had grown up in like the like 70s, 80s, like metal blow up type era. He's like, I don't fucking know. I don't know how you're gonna do this. And I was like, cool, great, you're helpful, thank you. And the assistant producer was in a pop punk band, so he had a bit of screamo-y, experience, but he didn't know how to like explain it to me in a way that was helpful. And the song, the first song that was going to have growling in it, when for some fucked up reason, because I'm a buffoon, I wanted to go from the chorus, which was quite high, into a bridge that would have the growling and the screaming. And so at the end of the chorus, we were like up here, close to you, hello my love, and then instantly had to drop down here and growl. So I was like, okay, we'll take it from the chorus. And the chorus had been recorded. That was great. That was fine. And I got really nervous. I clammed up. And so after the chorus came the bridge, and they were counting down like right before. And my throat just seized. I was like, and all you could hear in the head, the music stopped instantly, like they were done, and all you could hear in the headphones were the producer and the assistant producer just losing their fucking minds. They were hysterical, and the producer was like he was amazing. His name was Chad. And when I say the name Chad, I feel like you interpret it as a certain type of person. This man was opposite of all that. He was bald, and he had this cute little pot belly, and he was just the sweetest, gruffest, most hilarious country bumpkin man ever. He was amazing. But he was an incredibly heavy smoker. So he was wheezing, and the assistant producer was going hysterical, and I was going hysterical. And I was like, I don't think that I can do this. Like, I don't think I have the ability to do this. And they were like, honestly, babe, you might be right. But the fastest way to get me to do something, because I am an idiot, is to tell me I can't. So I was like, okay, we're gonna do it one more time. I'm gonna get this. I know how to get this. And it was just, yeah, I had done like, it just came kind of, I don't know. I guess when you sort of have experience with vocal stuff, not even just like music, but any kind of vocal stuff like voice acting or impersonations or anything like that, you kind of, it's like you can kind of visualize what you want your throat to do and figure out from there. So I knew the sound that I wanted. I didn't want a scream. I wanted a growl, not a rumble growl. Like, I wanted you to be able to make out what I was saying, but I wanted it to be very low, like very, very much just like an inch above the diaphragm. And so I was like, once we all calmed down, I was like, okay, I want to take this again. I want to go again. And it took, I think, 3 or 4 takes. And it was okay. I remember when I got it. I don't remember how, because it was like gradually moving the sound lower. Like I think on the second or third try, I got the growl down, but it wasn't where I wanted it. It wasn't low enough or it wasn't clear enough. And I didn't want it to just be like a growl. I wanted it to, you know, be like spooky. I wanted it to be somebody speaking in a spooky kind of sexy way. So moved it down, and I remember when I got it, and it was so cute. It was so cute because we got the take, and then the music stopped, backtrack stopped, and then they were clapping and cheering. It was so cute. It was so much fun. Then we did have a song as well where there was some screaming, and that was more scary than the growling, because the growling just moved down, but the screaming, it had to come from like the chest and almost the throat. I didn't go all the way into the throat because I didn't want to tighten my throat that much, because I was very scared of damaging my throat, because singing was what I did, and at the point in time when I was doing this is what I thought I would be doing for at least a long time. So I kept it like kind of like right just under the windpipe kind of a thing, just under the vocal cords. And yeah, there's no fucking headache like recording a screaming song. Jesus Christ. But yeah, so no, it was me. I did it. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to me. I don't know if I can still do it. I remember when my guitarist, the very sweet lad he was, the one who sang Miserable at Best for me when my teenage boyfriend broke up with me, because the first line of that song is, Katie, don't cry, I know you're trying your hardest. Sweetest guy ever. When our band finished, because I was like, I can't do this, thank you so much, love all of you, and they were like, what? And I was like, best wishes. And so love and peace. When he went to a heavy metal band, he was the singer and lead guitarist, and I got to help him figure out his like growl and screaming technique, and that was fun. That was very cool, because I don't know. I found that part of recording really cool, getting to explain to people like the sort of, technique for making the sounds that you wanted to make. And I think part of that was in credit to Chad. Love him so much. Our producer for several years, because he was incredible. That man was meant to be a producer. He was amazing. And he was very, very, very good at explaining, despite the fact that like he couldn't sing, he had such a beautiful understanding of the process of singing and a lot of respect for singing, and music as a whole. He played like fucking 7 different instruments. The dude was a legend. And so learning from him the way to like explain and understand a way to help somebody get to that point where they were able to make the sounds that they wanted to make, because there's a lot of control that's needed for those kinds of rougher sounds, and to keep them steady and even but melodic and in control. And so it was very cool. But yes, I wanted to clear that up, because people were like, what was this sound, and what was blah 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 blah, and you were talking about being influenced by these heavier sounds, but it doesn't sound like the sounds were that heavy. And how dare you but yes, and it was a lot of fun. It was so much fun. It was really fun, actually, to get to reminisce with you guys about that time in my life, and, recording music and everything, because I hadn't talked about that in many, many, many years. Hadn't thought about it in a while as well. So it was really fun to get to remember all of that with you guys. And yeah. But yeah, I wanted to clear that up because I felt it was important for my street cred. Is there anything else? Every time I go to record a video and then I plan out like the Rosebloom story time, and I find like a question or something someone's talked about, I always have like a bunch of stuff like outlined. And I'm the type of person who knows, because it's important to be self-aware, I'm the type of person who knows that I can't remember things. I need to write shit down. I am an avid keeper of lists and post-it notes. I pretend like I use the notes app on my phone, but I'll never check it. The only thing I use my notes app for is the tattoos that I plan out. That's it. And yeah, or like quotes. Like if I'm playing a video game or something, and there's a really good quote in a cutscene, I'll write it down because I'm like, wow, I'll probably get that tattooed on me later. I say that like it's happened a lot, but it's really only happened with Final Fantasy X, 10-2, and Zelda. So maybe, no, I don't think Fire Emblem Three Houses. Although I do love that game, but I think I get too enthralled to really pay attention to what anybody's saying. Anyway, we're rambling. But yeah, so I should write shit down, but then I don't, because I'm like, I'll remember it. I know what I want to talk about, and then it happens, and then I don't remember what I want to talk about, which is unfortunate because I feel the need, Crow, confirmation for me, babies. I feel the need to like, I don't know, you guys are so cute. You're so cute about Rosebloom Storytime and this little silly thing that I just started as a haha and thought that like 1 or 2 people would be around for is something that so many people send me beautiful messages about. Somebody left a comment the other day where they were like, I get so excited when I hear you say story time, and it's like, stop, please stop. I'll give you a little kissy. You're so cute. Yeah, did we have any other story times to talk? What time are we at? I don't want to take up too much of your day, babies. No, we're at 30, so we could probably leave it there. Some of the Rosebloom story times get very long and very excessive. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Yes. Okay. Sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. That's it for Rosebloom Storytimes, my love. Okay, let's get down to business. Hello, 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 my babies. My name is Katie of Rosebloom Readings. Thank you so much for being here with me today. Today's reading, my loves, we are going to be looking into what is manifesting for you. And when Spirit brought that up, I was like, do you mean what are they manifesting? And they were like, no, what is manifesting for you? Because the cool thing about manifestation, my darlings, is that we can be very, there's a crow going fucking hog wild back there, my loves. That's a confirmation for somebody. Also, one of my most favorite movies is The Crow with Brandon Lee. It's a fantastic movie, and I will not let anybody talk down about that movie. That is a fantastic movie. It's my Halloween favorite. That's my, yeah, I have to watch that. That and like Nightmare Before Christmas, but especially The Crow. I'm gonna watch that later. That's a really good movie. I used to want, when I was younger, I used to really want I was like, if I get engaged in future, I would want to get engaged with the ring, like a replica of the ring from The Crow. That is how fucking into that movie I was. That movie is fantastic. I have higher standards now. The Ring wasn't that nice, but it's it's a great movie. But no, we can, manifest a lot of things subconsciously. We can manifest unconsciously, but consciously, where, there are things that we're hoping for, but maybe we're not proactively manifesting them in the form of rituals or anything else like that, but they're still manifesting for us. So I wanted to look into what is manifesting for you currently, especially because we just came out of the full moon in Sagittarius. Sagittarius is that was a hell of a spin out. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is the planet of expansion and abundance and fortune and luck and so on and what have you. So it feels very much like for the full moon in Sagittarius to come after the lunar eclipse feels very lucky. Feels like we cleared out very heavily, very intensely, very much all of the shit that we needed to clear out, and then we got like a final like clear out the cupboard, baby, because we got some stuff coming in. And now the stuff is coming in. Let's look into the stuff that's coming in, my darlings. So pile number 1, my loves, is Octopus, strategy. Pile number 2 is Rabbit, fertility. Pile number 3, or yay, depending. depending on perspective. Pile number 3 is Eel Mystery. Pile number 4 is Frog Luck. As always, my loves, I will have the timestamps down below in the description. If you feel drawn to more than one pile, my loves, it is most likely because there are messages that are meant for you in each of those piles. Take the messages that resonate and leave behind what doesn't for those who are meant to receive it. If you need a little bit more clarity, if you're feeling a little bit foggy, you can take a long breath in through the nose, hold it for 4 seconds, and let it out slowly through the mouth, my darlings. Trust your intuition. Whatever you feel drawn to is what is meant for you, my loves. Take as long as you need or as little as you need. Feel free to pause. There is no rush. When you're ready, I will also be ready, and we will get started. Oh no, I got a wrinkle. There we go. Hello, my loves. Group number 1. If you picked this card, Octopus Strategy, this is your reading on what is manifesting for you. I will say off the bat, I do not know what this sweet little guy, I think it's just a rock, but I'm interpreting it as like a treasure chest, sunken treasure. So it does feel like, feels like some of what you're manifesting is related to finances, to financial abundance. It does feel as though you could be in a bit of a stressful situation where money isn't, you know, as abundant as you would like it to be, or money is, you know, kind of going where it's obligated to go, and it's like, I would really like to have a bit more excess. Or you just made a very, very, very large purchase and you're worried that, you know, it'll take you a longer time to get back to, you know, the level of financial abundance that you had at one point. There's some stress related to finances, my loves. Let's look into it. We have the Emperor, my baby, you have nothing to worry about. And we have the Six of Cups. Okay, that's gorgeous. That is gorgeous. I feel like a lot of you work for yourselves, or you have a lot of control and say in what you do for work. You have very leadership energy. If I could fucking talk today, that would be miraculous. You have a lot of leadership energy about you. You have a lot of go-getter, successful energy about you. It feels like, yeah, you got nothing to worry about, my love. With the Six of Cups, you have nothing to worry about. I do see a lot of emotional fulfillment coming your way as well, my darlings, because the Emperor, badass boss that he is, which is very much your energy, but the Emperor can get so involved in what they're doing and in their work and in planning and creating and achieving that, you know, it's not that their personal relationships are forgotten about, because the Emperor is the King of Kings, my baby, and part of those kings are the King of Cups, the King of Pentacles. Those are kings that very much prioritize relationships, whether familial, platonic, or romantic. And so the fact that the Emperor is the King of Kings tells me that, you know, you're not forgetting your relationships, but it does feel as though a lot of your focus, especially in the last 8 to 16 months, I'm hearing specifically, has been pertaining to your work achievements and your finances. So it does feel as though part of what you're manifesting is a reminder or a rekindling with some very significant emotional ties that, you know, maybe you have been missing. Maybe you know, if you thought about it, you would be missing. There's an airplane in the background. As confirmation, some of you feel like you travel quite a lot as well. We have maintain your childlike spirit and be true to your heart. Okay, that's gorgeous. Yeah, my babies. So this is really cute. Maintain your childlike spirit with the Six of Cups. The Six of Cups is, it's a lot of different things. It's exchanging of kindness. It's, you know, a relationship, reminiscing from the past. Could be past lives, could be childhood, could be just, you know, older friendships or connections. It feels like, as of right now, my darlings, you are in a period of time where something has happened around you, something with your connections. It feels like just outside of your direct circle. So this is your circle of your, you know, family and friends and personal relationships, and then it's just outside of that, the extension of that. And it feels like something has happened in that outer circle that has forced you to kind of really put thought into your personal connections, put thought into what's important to you, you know, because you work very hard, my babies. You're working long hours. You are putting money away. You are making great money, though, I will say, but you're constantly aiming to achieve more. It feels like it's never enough for you. You reach a goal and you're like, what's next? You don't even give yourself much of an opportunity to dwell on the pride that you feel within yourself for attaining that goal. It's like, yeah, I reached it. I wanted to. Let's move on. And you should celebrate yourselves a bit more, my darlings, because you are worthy of celebrating. You are fantastic people. And you work very, 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 very hard. I feel like you work up until the point of burnout more often than not, actually. And it feels like, you know, what you're manifesting unconsciously is more of an awareness of what's really important. You know, money is important to you, and it feels like money is important to you because it feels like a lot of you have experiences where, you know, money was something that was very much needed, that wasn't available in ample supply or even in sufficient supply. And now you're making more money than you ever thought of making in your entire life and continuing to do so, and that's amazing. And it feels like the financial abundance is related to matters of the heart. The financial abundance that you're achieving or that you're aiming to achieve is in direct relation to the people who are important to you. Because money as it stands isn't so important to you. You know, you've been without money, you've had money, you're used to more luxurious things now, it feels. You're used to, you know, things that are more in your financial ballpark, and that's fantastic, my love. You work very hard for your money, you should enjoy it. You're also very generous with your money, and that's fantastic. But I will say a big part of, you know, the goals that you have in terms of your, you know, financial success and financial abundance are in relation to the people who are important to you. You want to be able to provide for and protect the people that you love. You know, you want to make sure that they're safe and comfortable and provided for. If somebody is in a circumstance where they need money, you want to be able to be in a position where you can just give them the money and not bat an eye about it, which is something you've always wanted to do. You've always wanted to share what it is that you have. You're very generous, you're very giving, you're very doting, and to be able to give people money without, you know, questioning it or without hesitating is something that you very much enjoy. And you want to be able to be that sort of comfort for people. And it does feel as though you already are, a lot of you. Others of you, it's very much coming, but it feels as though Spirit is kind of bringing your attention to, okay, that's great. That's wonderful. But let's focus a little bit more on the emotional aspect of things, on matters of the heart, my darlings, more fully than just what you can give the people that matter to you, because that's not what it's all about, my loves. Okay, let's pull the Quantum Oracle. Yeah. Okay. So I feel as though some of you have experienced loss or some form of grief in the last 2 months specifically, I'm hearing. And I'm very sorry for that, my loves. That's never easy. It does feel as though bottom of the deck is decrease, my love. Very, very, very true. Decreasing the excess emotions, and but it feels like that situation is sort of the catalyst for what has allowed you to really reconnect with yourself, because you do feel as though you're a very, very, very heart-centered person, my darlings. But it feels like you have more of a clear view on what's important. And I feel like a part of that that's very telling is that you are such hard workers, my loves. Such hard workers, always ready to work. You want to work. You find a lot of joy in working. Working makes you feel very happy. Achieving things makes you feel very happy. And after this circumstance that causes you to feel lost, that causes you to feel grief, you immediately pull back from work and you feel better about doing so. You feel better about taking a step back. And that's something that's very new to you. And it feels like it happens so abruptly that it's almost like you don't even fully realize like how good it feels for you to take a step back. You're just like, yeah, I took a step back. I'm going through some shit. I have some stuff I'm experiencing. And the universe is like, yes, exactly. You prioritized your own heart, your own emotions, your own feelings, because you are such a giver, my loves. You are so caring. You are so doting. You are so loving. But you got to return that back to yourself, my love. You got to return that back to yourself. And it feels like in doing that, that allows you the clarity to be like, okay, what's actually important to me? You know, working is great. I love what I do. I'm happy to work. I'm happy to make money, want to continue to do so. But like, what actually matters? And it feels like your loved ones matter. It feels like the people that matter to you matter. And so I feel like you're going to be rekindling a lot of connections that maybe have kind of fallen, Jesus Christ, have fallen to the wayside a little bit, in terms of just, you know, that's a very adult thing, unfortunately, is people, you know, having a harder time sort of finding the time and the means to see each other, and to, you know, blend their schedules in a way that works, you know. But it feels like it's one of those things where like if you want it to happen, you can make it happen, sort of thing. It's a thing where it's very easy to find an excuse. It's very easy to be like, oh, I just, you know, I can't, I don't have the time. You have the time, my baby. You have the time. You just got to make the time. We have luck is on your side, new moon in Sagittarius. Jesus Christ. Hello. There we go. You have surrendered to the divine full moon. Yeah, that's very fitting. It feels as though this is a timeless reading, my darlings. It always is, unless I say otherwise. But it feels like if you're watching this around the time that I posted it, we just had the full moon in Sagittarius. And there you go. And it feels like that full moon was very much a very transformative for you in the way that full moons are. You know, a full moon you know, will always lead us to where we're meant to go. And sometimes if we're not ready, or if we're not aware, or if we're resistant to that transformation, it can just kind of yoink things out of our lives that, you know, are no longer meant to be there, because they no longer align with the path that we're meant to be on. And it feels like, you know, you've achieved what you've needed to through work and finances. And the finances, even though it feels as though they're great for a lot of you, better than you would have expected, you do have higher goals. You always have higher goals for yourself, my darlings. And it feels like there is nothing that you can't achieve. But it's like, okay, you've done that. You've sorted that out. That's continuing to go well. Let's move on. And we have new moon in Leo. Confidence is your key to success. You are very confident people. There is... No, you're confident. Sometimes you forget how genuinely confident you are, because you can overthink, and because you can get hard on yourselves, and because you can doubt yourselves. But that would be more in relation to arrogance, my loves. You're not arrogant people. People can think you're arrogant people, and they can fuck off because they don't know you well enough. You are not arrogant. Rather, you are confident. And you believe in yourself, and you have hopes and dreams for yourself. And I'll tell you something, my darlings, we do not have hopes and dreams for ourselves if we do not believe that on some level, in some way, at some point, those dreams and hopes are not achievable. Because you know yourself, and you know what you're capable of doing, and you know you're capable of getting to that point. So you do have confidence, my loves, whether or not there are doubts, and whether or not there are, you know, questions of self at points, because you're a human being and therefore experience the thought process and emotions that human beings have. You are still very confident, my loves. But the Leo is also very heart-centered. You are a very heart-centered person. There is not a situation in your life that has not been led by the heart. And it honestly feels like that's why fortune seems to find you in every corner of every aspect of your life, my darlings. You are very lucky. You are very, very lucky in a lot of ways. You have a lot of people that really, really value you. You have a lot of people that adore you. Finances, you know, are now coming to you, but you're also the source of your own luck. That's very important, because there are people who don't credit themselves for what they have or their worthiness of it. And it's like this just dropped into my lap. Nothing has dropped into your lap, my loves. You think that sometimes, I feel very strongly. And because of that, it's kind of like, how fleeting is this? How far does this go? How long will this stay with me? Nothing has fallen into your lap, my loves. That's not what you've experienced. You have achieved your own luck. You have invited luck towards yourself because of who you are, what you do, what you're capable of, how you do it, your talents, your efforts, your creativity, your work ethic, etc., the person that you are. And so, yes, you're very lucky and you followed your heart towards that luck, but that luck was not granted because of some blind wish, my loves. You have put in the effort and you have been and are very much worthy of the luck that has found you and will continue to find you, my darlings. And I feel like this feels really good, my babies. This is fucking Midas touch energy. Like, there is a lot that's coming to you. And it feels like there's a call to trust. There's a call to trust, not in just the fact that you're going to have these things that you want and that you're deserving of, because you will. Of course you will, my loves. They're coming to you because you invite them in, because you go for them. You know, if something doesn't come to you readily, you're like, I'm going after that kind of a thing. But trusting that, you know, what you have is more permanent than you're worried that it is. You know, and accepting your worthiness for the things that you have. You don't have anything to prove, my love. You never have, by the way. And I mean that in terms of work, in your financial abundance, in your personal life, in your friendships, in your relationships, in your family matters. You don't have anything to prove. You know, if you have people that care about you, friends that care about you, you don't need to prove your worthiness to them, because you're already worthy of the love that they have for you, my darlings. This is a big thing. This is a big thing, and it feels like this has been kind of lingering in the background, but it does also feel like, despite the fact that we're mainly talking about what is manifesting for you, this feels like more of a conscious manifestation, but it also feels, for some reason, like something that you worry at times is unachievable. We have a new romantic cycle in new moon in Libra, my darlings, and I will tell you, this is underlying in every aspect of this reading. Matters of the heart, fortune, abundance. Feels like this is in part why you work so hard, because you very much, I mean, we have Leo, we have the Emperor. You want to be the provider, my loves. You want to be, you know, you want to be nurturing, and you want to be giving, and you want to be doting, and you want to be caring towards the people that you love. And that does eventually pertain to your romantic partner, your life partner, your family. And it feels like it's happening. Let's pull more cards, my loves. Okay, let's pull this. Let's pull this. And I feel like it all kind of ties into this romantic partner, this, you know, acknowledgement of your worthiness and how deserving you are, and, you know, that you are more than enough just being what you are, my loves. You don't have to be anything other than what you are. You don't have to be at a certain point in your life. You don't have to have a certain level of income or a certain amount of savings or a certain amount of whatever the fuck. It feels like as you are is exactly what the right person would want and would be attracted to and would want to be with. And so it kind of ties into all these other matters of acknowledging your worthiness and acknowledging, you know, yes, you're very lucky, but you also create your own luck, my darlings. Having the confidence in that and following your heart as well. That's something that, you know, it feels like there's been a lot of opportunities in your life where, you know, you could have questioned whether or not you'd made the right decision following your heart. Following your heart is always ultimately the right decision, my loves. And the circumstances that have been beyond your control, that have caused you to question if, you know, you had made the wrong decision, those are circumstances that you could not have had a different effect on, if that makes sense, my darlings. You know, those were the decisions and actions of people outside of you who acted on things that you couldn't stop or prevent, unfortunately, my darlings. But your heart has always led you. And that's something that not a lot of people can say, my loves. Especially because I feel as though a lot of you could be in your late 20s and your 30s. And so, you know, there are points in time, especially in that kind of age range, where, you know, the heart has gone through enough. And so people kind of, you know, put it away, push it down, but you haven't. You refuse to. And there's a lot of strength. That is not a weakness, my loves. I feel as though there are people who have tried to make you feel as though the way that you listen to your heart and follow your heart is at times a weakness, and it's not. Those are just people who wish they had the strength that you have in terms of following your heart forward, my loves. I mean, any day now. But it feels like it feels like the months of August and September are going to be, August, September, October are going to be very significant for you, as well as the month of December. In terms of your manifestations, I feel like a lot of your manifestations are going to come to fruition. It feels as though you have some really big things going on with work, like huge things that are going to bring you a lot of abundance and a lot of opportunity. And I'm hearing Spirit say specifically a lot of opportunity in the things that you really want to happen. Like the dreams that you have, because it feels like you're happy with where you are now at work, but you want more. You want to go farther. There's a, you know, there's a bigger, more expansive dream aside from the dream that you're achieving now. And it feels as though the projects that you're doing, the things that you're working on currently, in the months of August, September, October, and December, you're going to see a lot of doors open towards those more expansive dreams. Some of you are worried about a contract renewal as well. Spirit is saying you don't have to worry about that. It's happening. You're worth too much to lose. I'm hearing. And it feels as though as well, it really, this keeps popping up. It keeps popping up, but it's like, okay, you know what it is? It feels like the person that you're meant to be with is very ready for you. Very ready for you. I do not feel as though you know this person yet, my darling. Fuck me. I feel as though I don't know. Where am I? I don't feel as though you know this person yet, but it feels as though they're very ready for you. And they keep trying to get through. And you're not blocking them out. What are you doing? You're like almost hesitating, but not even that. It feels like for some of you, despite how much you have achieved that at one point other people have told you or you worried was unachievable, that you have actively received and now actively have, for some reason this person, this connection feels like the hardest thing for you to believe you'll have. And so I feel like that's why every time this person pops up or tries to come through, or I try to convey a message about them, you're kind of like, yeah. Don't get my hopes up. And it's like, baby, I'm not getting your hopes up. I'm a psychic. I'm fucking telling you what's happening. And so yeah. It's something, yeah. Oh, my babies. But you got the Wheel of Fortune. You have the Four of Pentacles. You have the Wheel of Fortune. You have the Eight of Wands, my loves. Fucking come on. There they are. There they are. Yeah. Oh, my babies. And we have King of Cups, bottom of the deck energy. We got to bring him out because he's got to go right here with the one he loves. Oh, it's so nice. Oh, it's so fucking good. Okay. All right, let's get into it, you beautiful silly billies. You're so sweet. You're so fucking sweet, my loves. Sweeter in a way, sweeter than people acknowledge fully. You have like a lot of, I don't know what that was. You have a lot of kindness about you. You have a lot of generosity within you. You have a lot of loving energy in you. People adore you, my darlings. The people that are fortunate enough to know you love you thoroughly and fully. And if there are people in your space who don't appreciate, value, and love you in the way that you deserve, it does feel as though you're so well protected that in some way, grand or small, they are removed from your life. But for some, okay, a lot of you feel very protective over your hearts in terms of romance. You can be friends with anybody. You are generous with anybody. You are polite and doting and affectionate with anybody. But in terms of actively handing your heart to somebody and saying, this is yours to take care of. I love you. Thank you. You hold it close, my baby. You hold it close to the chest. And it does feel as though that wasn't always the case. It does feel as though there was a point in time, especially in your teenage years, where you were so actively searching for your person. Because it does feel as though on some level, you are intuitive enough to know that you have your person, not a person. If you wanted any person, you could go out and you could have any person, my loves. You don't want any person. You want your person, the person who fits with you perfectly, the person you can build a life with, have a life with, be secure with, expand your fucking empire that you're building. Emperor energy, my babies. You have high fucking dreams. You have high dreams for yourself, and those dreams are very attainable. But you want your person by your side in that. But at the same time, it's like, well, now there's so much at stake. I have so much good in my life that if I were to bring someone in and they weren't the person I was meant to be with, how far would the tower I've created tumble down? And that's not the energy to have, my babies. That is not the energy to have, because that's a lack of trust within yourself, my darlings, and you should trust yourself a lot more than that, my loves. We have the Wheel of Fortune here. This is a destined connection. You wouldn't settle for less, and you never have. It feels like you invest a lot of time and a lot of energy into fantasizing and thinking about your destined connection, your person finding you, your loving, doting person finding you. And it feels like, I mean, like, spiritually, you two are so spiritually, you two are fucking married with fucking 6 kids, 2 golden retrievers, and a house with a white picket fence, my babies. Like, this is fucking heart-linked shit. But all of these eyes are closed here, my babies. All of these eyes are closed, and it feels like that's kind of your energy now. You're like, I don't want to see it. But it feels like you don't want to see it because you're so hopeful for it. Do you know what I mean, my loves? And I feel like you're telling me to like shut the fuck up and be like, no, I want this. If this were to happen, I would want it. But it's like, you got to open your eyes, my babies. You got to open your eyes to see it, my loves, because it's manifesting for you very strongly. This person feels very, very close to you. This person could be watching you on social media, I'm hearing. And it's the right person, and you know that it's going to be the right person. You don't need to doubt yourselves, my loves. This is the right person. This is the person that you have wished for subconsciously and unconsciously for your entire fucking life. This is the person you have been looking for when in your teenage years and in your early 20s, you actively went after so many different types of people. Because you were like, I know what I'm looking for, but I don't know how to find it. But I know you're out there, I just don't know where. So you dipped your toes in other bits and pieces here and there and everywhere, and you couldn't find them. And it feels as though some of you, devoted very heavily to somebody who, it was kind of like, okay, this sounds harsh, but I'm just letting you know what spirit is telling me. You devoted yourself quite heavily to somebody who wasn't the right person, and who showed you in a lot of ways that they weren't the right person, but you were so determined to find your person that you forgave a lot of behavior and a lot of action and a lot of treatment that you were worth much better than. And you know, this is a person who did not value you, who did not respect you, who did not treat you in the way that you deserve to be treated, my loves. And so after that, after getting out of that, after removing yourself from that situation, that's when it feels like we went into the Four of Pentacles, where it's like, okay, no, seal this up. Because I thought I knew what I was looking for, but maybe I don't. And you know what you're looking for, my loves. This is the person that you're looking for. These two know each other on a soul deep level. There is no doubt between these two that they know the person that they're meant to end up with. And because you know that, you know what you're not meant to have. Do you know, my darlings? But that doesn't mean that what you want is unachievable or unattainable. Quite the fucking opposite, actually, my loves. We have the Eight of Wands, we have the Wheel, and we have the King of Queen of Cups, my loves. So, yes, this has been a long time coming. With the Page of Pentacles, we took a long fucking time to get here, my babies. We have been building this actively, but that feels like it's only because there were other matters that you wanted to get through, and this person wanted to get through before finding each other and before coming together. And it feels like, sorry, it feels like you've achieved that. You haven't achieved everything. There's still a lot more for you to achieve, my loves. You're always going to have more that you want to go for, and it's happening very actively for you. You're on, the rest of your life is a fucking upward slope, my loves. Do you know? Like, there's no drop. There's no fall from grace for you. I feel like that's something sometimes you fear. That's not happening. But it's just like, you're ready. Like, you're just so fucking ready for each other, my loves, on a deep-seated emotional level. And you can lock your heart away and you can pretend that, you know, no, this isn't happening, or no, I'm not as ready as I think I am. But it really fucking feels like you're ready, my loves. This person is very clearly ready. You feel as though you're ready, but it feels like on some level, maybe you're worried that you're not. Let's look more into it, my babies. Oh, no. Oh, fuck me. Drop me cards. Shit. Okay. I keep hearing, don't know what this means. I feel like some of you are very funny. Some of you are very good at voice impressions, because for some fucked up reason, I keep hearing Shrek say donkey. Thank you, my loves. And and I don't know why. Some of you could be from the UK as well. Yeah. You could even have, from the UK, you could have Scottish ancestry as well. You might not even know about it. Or you might have just recently learned about it through family, especially if you have recently lost a family member. And again, I'm very, very sorry for that, my loves. It's a very difficult thing to go through. I'm going to take bottom of the deck as well. Thank you. But it feels like, you know, in that, and sort of in the, like, following, like, events and connections, and, you know, seeing, like, family members, people that you haven't seen for a very long time. Some of you could then learn about that ancestry, or if not Scottish ancestry that you didn't know that you had, and feeling a very strong connection to that. So we have the 5th house, passion. We have Saturn. We have Taurus. We have Pallas Athena. And we have Vesta Hearth. Oh, babies. Oh, baby, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Okay, so 5th house could be, it's not could be, it is. Fuck me. I need more caffeine. Okay. I just need to finish my tea and then I'll become human again. It feels like What am I saying? Fifth house is Leo. Fuck. Which is matters of the heart, my babies. That's passion, that's drive, that's creativity, that is romance, that is generosity. Whatever drives your passion, that is what is actively manifesting for you. And I mean to say that, but in a huge way, my loves, because we have Saturn here. Now, Saturn really, really, really connects to the Page of Pentacles here, which is Saturn takes fucking ages, my babies. Could also be Capricorn as well, or at least Capricorn energy. Saturn takes for fucking ever. Saturn is the old grumpy man. And, you know, you have to go through a lot to prove to Saturn that you're ready for something. You know, Saturn is the unsatisfied grandfather of the zodiac, of the planets, I should say. You know, they want to know for sure that you're ready for what you're saying you're ready for. And it feels as though that is a romantic connection for you. But it also feels as though, in terms of your career, I'm sorry for how loud my wrist just cracked. That was wild. And I'm sorry for the very loud airplane in the background. I live somewhat close to an airport. And there were no like planes flying like all morning, and I was like, oh, it's gonna be a great day to film. There's no flights today. And then as soon as I started filming, it was like, haha, you thought, stupid, here's 900 planes. So that's cool. I'm sorry. Maybe the elf meditation music will cover it up. I don't know. But it feels like, you know, your career that you have now, although it doesn't feel as though you are actively in your like final state, living your like full, this is in my perfect life what I would be doing dream. It does feel as though you're actively working towards that. And it does feel as though, you know, where you are now, you're very happy being, but it does feel as though this is like, you know, you're a few jobs, a few, you know, career pathways in. It feels like some of you could have gone to, you know, university and maybe dropped out or changed courses and then went for something completely fucking different. Like completely, we're not even in the same fucking lane, highway, city, country as where we were before. Like we're on a total different rail. Some of you, your families could have been like, what, like when you were like, okay, haha, Merry Christmas. By the way, I've dropped out of school and I want to do this. And your families were like, excuse me? Say again. But you're following your passions. You are following your heart, my love, and your heart has never led you astray. I'm sorry for all the shifting in the background. My butt went numb. And so it's like everything that you have wanted has taken a while to get there, but through following your heart, my loves, these two are heart-centered energy. Leo and Taurus are both heart-centered signs. Taurus especially, because Taurus is ruled by Venus. And it feels like, you know, the relationship especially is very much in Saturn energy. It's like, okay, like Saturn is very much like, okay, you want it, prove it. And you go through these tests and these fucking gauntlets and you dedicate yourself to it, and it can feel hard and it can feel many, many times over like you should just give up, because it's like, is this even going anywhere? Is this even worth it? Because Saturn doesn't do liminal or false gratification, my loves. No, Saturn takes its shit very fucking seriously. And so you dedicate yourself to it and you say, no, I know that I want this. And I can't even contemplate giving up on this because I just know I want it so much. And then when you get through that and you get through all of the fucking tower moments that Saturn brings up, and you go through them and you say, no, I still want this. Even though this is hard, even though this is lonely, even though this is difficult, even though this is challenging, even though I can't actively see the final fucking finish line, I still want this. When you get through that, then Saturn's like, I'm so proud of you. And then what you get is always, my babies, it is always better than what you anticipate getting, and it's permanent. What Saturn brings takes a long fucking time to come to fruition, but it is permanent and it is good. It is great. It is magnificent. And so that's what this relationship feels like. It also feels like in terms of finances, in terms of your work, that's what comes your way as well, my darlings. We have Vesta, Hearth. I do feel as though, my darlings, Yeah, this is divine counterpart energy, my babies. I feel as though you've been going through a lot of heart chakra opening. Despite how heart-centered you feel, it does very much feel as though you've been going through a lot of heart chakra opening in this, in the last 2 years especially. And I feel like since you're getting so fucking close to your person, March, April, and May as well have been huge for this connection. It feels as though for a lot of you, something happened in February. Something very intense, very dramatic, very heavy. It feels heavy in the chest, my babies. It feels like it causes a lot of anxiety, or has caused a lot of anxiety. Something in February happened, and the following months after that, there was a lot of transformation. Jesus fucking Christ, are you okay? Oh my God. Fucking hit a pothole going like 60. And it feels like, it feels like, that was crazy. It feels like, yeah, the months after that, some of you even unconsciously, some of you, it feels like, you know, the things that have come up, it's been like, why the fuck is this still happening? Why does this keep happening? Why do I keep hitting these roadblocks? Why do I keep going through this shit? Why can't I just catch a fucking break? But you get through it, my babies. You get through it because there is not a fucking thing that you can't get through. I have a lot of heat in my left leg right now, especially my darlings. So it's very much like that. I'm seeing, I think it's Atlas. Oh, for a girl that's obsessed with mythology, I think it's Atlas, the very muscular titan, and he's kind of like kneeling, and he's got like the world like on his shoulders, and it looks heavy, and he looks uncomfortable, but he's doing it. That's kind of the position I'm seeing you land in. It's like, you know, the world can try and fucking push you, my babies. It can try and push you. It can try and, you know, get you down, but you never actually hit the ground. Do you know what I mean, my loves? You never get to the point where you're at the ground. You're like, no, this hurts. This is hard. I don't fucking like this, but I will get through it because there is not a fucking thing that I cannot get through. And then you rise from it. And it feels like from February through May, there's been a lot of circumstances that have caused you to feel that way. But with Saturn energy here, my darlings, it feels as though, you know, those circumstances were not for nothing. And they sucked actively, awful, but they were very, very, very difficult and very stressful and very hard to get through. But you got through them, and it feels as though they did have their purpose. And, you know, there was a lot of energy shifting underlying, and through that, in the underlying, like beneath these situations, and through that, it feels as though you've been getting a lot of, I'm feeling a lot of like warmth and kind of like, okay, you know, the feeling of like when some, like maybe you're like, I don't know. Okay, what I'm picking it up as is I feel like some of you do struggle quite a bit with anxiety, and I feel as though your anxiety makes you very sweaty, but I feel as though you're also almost always cold. It's like very rare unless you are, honestly, unless you're connected to this person or having sex, I don't feel as though you get warm very regularly. And it feels like this person is so healing and so loving and so doting that when they have very warm hands, a lot of energy moves through their hands. And so I feel them kind of placing their hand like flat on your chest, and your skin feels really cold, because you know when you get like clammy and you're like sweaty and moist and sticky, but you're still cold. Their hand is very warm against your chest, and that's kind of the feeling I feel as though you've been having the last little while. But I feel like some of you might not have even noticed it, because it's just something that, like, I don't know, like maybe you just thought it was like pressure on your chest, or maybe you just thought it was like chest tightening, but it feels as though a lot of really loving, healing energy has been brought forward to you from this person. And we have Pallas Athena. And the way that I interpret Pallas Athena is in connection to the story of Pallas and Athena, which is very, 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 very much soulmate energy. Abso-fucking-lutely soulmate energy. And to make a long story short, because mythology can be quite long, Pallas and Athena were best friends, but they were soulmates. They were soul divides. And Athena, you know, did not have a lot of people that she, you know, allowed close to her. And it feels like, honestly, for a lot of you, I'm feeling as though this is your person, has very much that energy. They are very powerful. They are very strong. They're self-sufficient in a way that you find very sexy. And while they are warm and cordial to everybody, they do not have a lot of people that they feel a very close bond to, people that they let into their hearts very closely. They give love very actively. They're very protective, very nurturing, very loving, very doting, but I'm sorry if you can hear noise in the background. I have a dude here working on my plumbing. So I'm sorry if you hear that. For free even. And Pallas was, you know, Athena's very best friend. Soulmate. They loved each other unconditionally, and in a very dramatic, very tragic way, Pallas was killed. And it usually either pertains to Athena being at fault, or at the very least Athena very much blaming herself for what happened to Pallas. And so, to honor Pallas, Athena takes on her name and puts her name before Athena's own name as a show of respect. So that, I feel, just very much confirms, one, you two have a lot of past lives together, but two, it feels very much like very strong soulmate linked energy between the two of you. And a lot of devotion. No tragic mythological ends, I promise, but a lot of very pure heart-centered devotion. This is a person who you see not only as your equal, but also as somebody who you want to give everything to. This is the person who it's like, okay, all of the work I've been doing, all of the abundance I've been creating, all of the security that I've been creating because I want to have a solid foundation for life to build with somebody. You meet this person and you're like, oh my fucking God, I found you. And it's so fucking cute because they see you in very much the same way, my loves. And it's the sweetest little fucking thing. Okay, what else are we pulling? Do we want to pull some letters? Okay, seriously, I have like 6 other card decks I haven't used. Okay, yeah, no, let's pull some letters. Let's pull some letters and see what we get through that, because I really like this. But, I mean, all in all, my babies, it really feels as though what you're manifesting is like just a ton of fucking good fortune. And it's like things are already going so well for you that, you know, it's almost like unsurprising, but at the same time, you're like, seriously, like how much better can this get? And it's like, baby, you haven't seen anything yet, my loves. Okay, my loves. Yeah, let's pull some letters. I'll try not to make it super loud because it can be quite noisy. More? No. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. I'm seeing flight. I don't think oh, do I have all the letters for flight? Yes, I do. Oh my gosh, can she spell? I have a lot going for me. So for a lot of you, it feels as though, yes, you travel a lot. In the next year as well, you're going to be traveling as much as you want to. It feels like you haven't had a lot of opportunities to travel where you want to. I feel like you really like traveling. You're going to be traveling quite a lot, my darlings. I also feel as though you're going to be traveling with this person. I also feel as though you and this person do have to take a flight to see each other initially. And I feel like for some of you, like initially that can be daunting, but for a lot of you as well, it feels like that almost kind of works out like really perfectly because, like you still have a lot that you're working towards, you know, you have a lot of like projects on the go, and I feel like you're even meeting this person, honestly, within a year, 6 months for a lot of you. I feel like by 6 months from now, some of you as soon as like 2 weeks, you start talking to this person. But it feels like, you know, despite that you meet them and that's wonderful and that's amazing and you're like, oh my God, I found my person, this is exciting, you still do have a lot that, you know, a lot on the go. Somebody's got that in spades, my loves. Fantastic. Somebody's also actively working towards a better one. You could be like, you or this person could be on like a new gym routine or something, and you're trying to plump up the cake, my babies, or they're trying to plump up the cake. Cake for everybody. So let's open a fucking bakery. It feels like, yeah, you have so much on the go that it's like, okay, I really miss you. I don't want to be apart from you, but at the same time, like if we were together in, like if you were, you know, 5 minutes down the street, I would never get anything done because I would just want to be with you all the time. And so it's nice to have that ability to like, you know, still very actively adore each other and call each other and connect on that way and communicate. You two are excellent communicators, but still be able to, you know, to work and to some of you travel for work as well, and to work on projects and shit like that, and to have like your kind of time like to just to appreciate each other a lot more, you know, my darlings. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, or as my friend says, absinthe makes the heart grow fonder, and two things can be true, my loves. And so but it also feels very interestingly like it really confirms, you know, by like the second or third, I feel like this person comes to see you a lot, and it feels like by the second or third trip, like when they're leaving going back home, it really it like almost surprises you how certain you are that you're like, this is the person that I want to be with forever. I don't want to have to part ways with this person anymore. I want to be with this person all the fucking time. And then you realize what you just thought and you're like, whoa. I feel like a lot of you, some of you have some level of notoriety or fame, or you're in the public eye in some capacity, or there's some knowledge of who you are as a person, or at the very least, yeah, probably that, because there's like an element of really wanting to maintain and protect your privacy. And so because of that, I do feel as though a lot of your dates in person happen at night. You two very much exist on a vampiric basis, and and you're very protective of this person. This person's very protective of you, but you are very protective of this person. And that's not to say that they need protecting. I really don't feel as though they do, but I do feel like they appreciate it. I don't feel as though they've had somebody who makes them feel as safe as you do. And it feels like, yeah, it feels like a lot of your dates happen like at night, like you're going out at like sunset and you're staying out until like basically almost sunrise, and that's kind of like how you exist for a little while. But it's nice because there's a lot of intimacy in that, and I mean that in several different ways, but it's nice because it's like just you two sort of a thing, you know? and the rest of the world kind of falls away. And it's, you know, when you go to a restaurant, it's quieter, and there's not as many people. And it's you two really getting to focus on each other, which is really like all you want to do. You two are so fucking devoted to each other. It's adorable. You want to treat this person very well, by the way. And it's funny because it doesn't feel as though that's like anything that they're into. Like it feels like, I feel like some of you are getting your driver's license within the next 2 months. Or by, yeah. So if you're watching this around the time that it's posted, by the end of the summer, so like by August, you'll have your driver's license. Congratulations, baby. And been a long time coming, hasn't it, my loves? And it feels like you buy like a very nice car. You really start to like driving. It feels like a lot of you could have had a lot of anxiety pertaining to driving, and it feels like you start to really, really like driving. And you buy like a very nice car. Great car, money's doing good for you, my baby's got a nice car, congratulations. And it's like a car that like you would see on like fucking Instagram, you know, and like the like clout posts or whatever the fuck they're called. And so you have this car, and you know, you invite this person out for a date, and they're like, oh, your car is nice. Whereas, you know, some of you might have been expecting them to be like, oh, holy shit, is that a fucking Maserati? Is that, I don't know cars. Is that a nice car? And, you know, like you take them to these beautiful restaurants, and it's very fun. It's very exciting. It's very cute. And these like wonderful, gorgeous, you know, fucking like global staple hotels, and they're just happy to be with you. And so it's wonderful because you treat them to these really nice things, but they prove to you time and time again that they could do nothing with you and it would mean everything. And I feel like that kind of ties into like not having anything to prove, my loves. You don't have anything to prove to this person, especially, my loves. They are very intuitive, very intuitively connected to you, and they see you very clearly, and that is the person that they care about and adore, my darlings. None of the extra frill is necessary, but treat them to it as you see fit, because you've worked very hard to get to where you're at, my loves, and you should feel pride in where you're at, my loves. And if you want to share that with the person that you love, then you do that, my babies. Some of you could really want to visit Germany or learn German, I'm hearing. I feel like you guys cook a lot together as well. This is a person who is very grounded by you, but especially by like your physical presence. So I feel like something that you find very endearing is that they're always touching you, but like even if they don't realize that they are, like even if you're like sitting together at a restaurant, like they could be like reading the menu and just reach over and start like holding your hand or like playing with your fingers, but they don't realize that they're doing it. But it's just because they're so consistently pulled towards you that like it's something that you find very endearing and very cute. I feel like, you two end up living in the country together. I feel like you have like a little, like there's definitely a lot of animals in your lives. There's children as well, for those of you that want it. There's children quite quickly. There's a lot that occurs that in certain circumstance would result in children. There's a lot. That's wild. That is so many different locations. Okay, so there's, whoa. That's Patreon stuff, my babies. It feels like, yeah, you two, like your entire lives are built upon like very much existing. One of you at the very least is definitely in the public eye, because there's so much energy around you, so much presence, so much activity around you that it's like, okay, my love and my family and everything kind of exists in my world away from all of this very much. It's very beautiful. Is there anything else, my loves? Ooh, they give me a shiver and they tell me, no, group number 1, my sweet, beautiful darlings, you are in for some very lucky things. Like, that was just nonstop. It was like money and connections and romance and everything you've ever dreamed of. And that's what it feels like. It feels like the fucking, you know, this isn't a treasure chest, but that's what it feels like we've discovered is the treasure chest. For some of you, the 9th and 10th as dates, I'm hearing. Or it could be September, October. We went into months a little bit as well, but I hope that you enjoyed that, my darlings. That's so fuzzy. That's so nice. That's so warm. That's so good. If you enjoyed it, my loves, please feel free to leave a comment. I love to hear from you. I love to talk to you. If the reading resonated, my energy resonated, please consider subscribing. All of my links for Patreon that has the extended 18+ readings, monthly forecasts, and exclusive readings. I actually just posted like 4 exclusive readings if you're interested. They got pretty saucy, pretty funny. I watched one over just to double check it to make sure that the editing was okay, and it was like at like 2 in the morning. It was like the last of the 5 readings that I had filmed in that 12-hour period, and I had compared a pain kink to salted caramel. So I mean, that's what you could be enjoying. My links for Instagram, my Etsy store, and my email for more information on private readings as well are down below in the description box. Oh, the Canadian, she jumped out there, didn't she? In the description box below. Thank you so much for being here with me, my loves. I wish you all the very wonderful things that you're very much deserving of, and from what we've seen, feels like they're on their way to you, my babies. Thank you so much for being here with me. I love you very, very much. Bye. I was talking in some reading at some point about like how when you get tea, you know, or whatever, like your coffee or whatever the fuck from like a certain place on like a delivery app, it's always a gamble because, you know, you can have people who make your drink like perfectly and you know when they've made it, and then you can have people who like really fuck it up and you never know until you already have it and you're like, oh, it's not good today. And like, it's amazing when the drink is good, but then when you get it and it's not good, your person didn't make it, you're like, oh, and my tea is very all today. And it's just so hard being me. Group number 2, my beautiful angels. If you picked the rabbit, fertility, love it. Some of you could be born the year of the rabbit. This year as well, when I am filming this, when I am posting it, 2023 is the year of the rabbit. So it does feel like this year is going to be very abundant for you, my loves, because fertility doesn't just pertain to fertility. It pertains to abundance. It pertains to creation. And that's really what it feels like we're having, my loves. We have the Ace of Wands, I'll fucking say, and we have the Hanged Man. Okay. So you have a clearer perspective on things, and it feels as though that clear perspective is doing wonders for your manifestations because you're no longer seeing pauses or things come up as, you know, strictly negative. You're seeing things in a more positive way. You're seeing the purpose behind things. I feel like some of you could be connecting more to your spirituality. Some of you could be actively going to therapy or have done in the last few months. Some of you could, you know, be learning more about, you know, sort of meditative practice and more peace of mind practices and so on and so forth, because it feels like you're seeing things with less of a pessimistic point of view and, you know, kind of seeing more of the truth in things, more of, you know, okay, this is not an obstacle. This is, you know, a pause for some reason. There's a reason behind this. You're sort of understanding that, you know, everything that occurs has its purpose and has its reasoning, and recognizing those reasonings more easily than you have done before, my darlings. There she is, baby. We have intuition and culmination of vision. Yeah, so some of you could... I feel as though a lot of you... Ooh, babies. The third eye headache just got crazy. Some of you could always have been very intuitive. Rabbits are incredibly intuitive creatures, my loves. They're very tapped in. They're very aware of things. Clairaudience and clairvoyance, especially clairsentience as well. Clairaudience is the intuitive ability to receive messages from spirit intuitively through hearing. Clairvoyance is the ability to receive messages from spirit and your intuition through seeing. And clairsentience is feeling, just like knowing through feeling. And so it feels like a lot of you have always had some form of intuition, especially pertaining to either of any of those three, perhaps even all. I am picking up a lot on clairaudience and clairsentience specifically though, but it does feel as though in the last 4 months to 12 months for a lot of you, your clairvoyance, your intuition, especially through dreams, has become very, very, very clear. It does feel as well in the last year you have started a lot of creative projects, and it feels as though those creative projects have got you so fucking excited, my babies. Like your heart goes a little pitter-patter, my loves, and it's like those projects, you know, are leading you towards something bigger. You guys have big dreams for yourselves, my loves. There is a lot that you want to achieve. I'm seeing that some of you want to be actors, some of you want to be musicians, some of you want to be directors, producers, write movies. Some of you want to, you know, start like... I feel like a lot of you actually could be on YouTube already, or like content creators of some form. But you want to like expand into something very, 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 very big. Like whatever you're actively doing now, you want it to be bigger. You have huge dreams for yourselves, and it feels like a lot of you are getting a lot of very clear messages through your dreams lately. But also your intuition is just fucking top of the pops. Like you're seeing things more clearly, my loves. It feels like some of you could have cut off certain people from your lives in the last 6 months to a year, upwards of 2 years as well. And you're seeing things in a more authentic way, whereas before it feels like some of you kind of, you know, maybe had some rose-colored glasses on. Sometimes you saw like the positive in everything, and it still feels as though you're finding the balance between, you know, not always pessimistic and not always optimistic. But it does, like for some of you it feels like realistic doesn't really pertain to you, because although you see things very clearly and accurately, you do have a sense that you always know there's more than just what appears to be, kind of a thing, my darlings. And it feels as though that clarity and accuracy with what you're seeing things as now is talking is so easy, and I'm so good at it, is helping you get to your manifestations and helping you achieve the things that you want to achieve, very much so, my loves. Okay, let's pull the Quantum Oracle. Some of you could be hungover today as well, or did not sleep enough last night. We have professional assistants. We have teacher. We have friends and colleagues. Boop, boop. And what are we doing? This? No, I want you. Come to me. Thank you. There she is, baby. There she is. We knew she was coming. We knew she was coming. And, you know, there you go. Yes, because this little baby here, hiding in the corner, which is interesting because for some fucking reason, you know what it is? Okay, people get mad at me sometimes because they're like, I come into your readings and the general readings, and for some reason love messages come up. Why is that? And it's like, my baby, I do not control what comes out. I am literally just the messenger. I am the translator. What I get, I have to give. I don't know. It's my job, my babies. It's in the description of what I do for a living. And so this little baby kind of hiding in the shyness, peeking under the cards. I was like, you You are something. And then there's a lot of connection here. And you know what it is, my darlings? It feels as though there is so much, this is a timeless reading. Whenever you stumble across is when you're meant to watch it. But at the time I'm filming this, we're just about to head into summer. And I was talking to a few intuitive friends of mine, and it feels as though the general consensus very much is that this upcoming summer, or the upcoming next few months, is going to be so heart-driven, my loves. It's going to be a fantastic time for community and connection and bonding and deepening bonds with people, and deepening connections and solidifying relationships with people. But it's also going to be a really big time for romance. I feel as though a lot of people are going to find their people in the next few months, my darlings. And I feel as though that's on like a fucking global scale. That's just energetic, my babies. Could very much pertain to, the Jupiter in Taurus right now. Because that's relationships, my babies. Taurus does relationships right. They take a long time to get to that point, but when they get to that relationship, there is, in my opinion, and you guys know this, Taurus is my favorite sign, I won't shut up about it, nobody better in a relationship than Taurus. Nobody will prioritize you like Taurus. Nobody will balance you like Taurus. And I feel some people are like, oh, Taurus, blah blah blah, sometimes they can be cold. They're not cold. Sometimes they just need to revitalize themselves, and they need, a bit of alone time. And I feel like if you're the type of person who gets really offended when your partner needs some alone time, are you a Cancer? Like, what's going on, my baby? You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I love you. I'm sorry. If you're a Cancer and you're watching that, it was a joke. You won't like that, because Cancers don't like when I make jokes. I'm sorry. I love you. But you know what I mean? And so, someone's gonna yell at me in the comments, I'm sorry. We have professional assistants, teacher, friends and colleagues, and kindred partnership, my baby. This is I made a post in my stories a few weeks back where I was like, for me personally, out of all of the different decks that I have, tarot and oracle, my most favorite way for a deck to refer to a deep soul level connection as either kindred spirits, kindred souls, or kindred partnerships is my all-time fucking favorite. And I only have like 3 decks that have kindred something or other in them. But when those come up, it's so, like, it gives me shivers, because there is some fucking thing about the word kindred pertaining to a connection between 2 people that means everything. It's such a fucking gorgeous way to refer to a connection. This is a big fucking deal, my babies. And we're gonna get into this in a second. So it does feel as though over the next 4 to 7 months, you have a lot going on, my babies. You have a lot that you're building at work. You're going to be working with people that some of you have never worked with before. These people could be people that you very much look up to, very much respect, people that, a year ago you would have only fucking fantasized about working with. And so now the fact that you're actively working with them is mind-boggling. But it's also really nice because it's like confirmation from the universe that you're on the right path, that you're headed towards where you want to be. Because like I said, my babies, you got Ace of Wands energy. That is fire energy. A fire sign does not see limitation. They do not see, sort of a pessimistic, realistic point of view of like, I don't know if that's something I can achieve. That's not fire sign energy, my babies. What they want, they go for it. And if there's a limitation, they're going to fucking burn it down and get over it. And so that's kind of the confirmation that I feel you getting. I'm sorry for how loud Rowan is snoring in the background. I can tell this is going to be a really juicy reading because she always starts snoring really loudly at the really, really juicy ones. So you're going to be working with new people, my babies. You're going to be learning a lot. You're going to really kind of receive a lot of information over the next few months that sort of really helps you navigate your pathway and where you want to go and how you want to go about getting to that point. And being like, okay, so, before I thought I was supposed to go this way, but now I'm seeing, maybe it would be better for me to go this way. And it feels like part of that is connecting with and working with people who, some of who are already like actively in the place where you would like to get to. And so they have that knowledge, and you love learning from people, and you love asking questions, and you love building connections in that way. And I feel like you're, by the end of the next 4 months, my loves, it feels like your circle is going to be fucking rock solid. It feels like you're doing a lot of, you know, kind of cleaning house. And it's like, okay, are you here for the right reasons? Are you here for an authentic reason? Are you here because you value me and respect me and care about me and we have a genuine connection? Or are you just here because, you know, you want something from me, or because, you know, you feel like it's better to be here than to not, sort of thing? Like, you are very actively... Hello? Oh, it's a giant truck. You are very actively seeking genuity in your connections, my loves. And so to achieve that, you are now at a place where you're like, listen, if I don't feel that genuity, if I don't feel that link of connection between us, you're not on the level with me. And that sounds harsher than you intend for it, my babies. And it's not a harsh thing. It's just like, there's nothing wrong with wanting the people in your life to be in your life for the right reason. Do you know, my loves? And I feel like some of you accepted a lot of behaviors and accepted a lot of connections before from people who, you know, weren't meant to hold a place in your life, or weren't worthy of holding a place in your life. And now you're like, no, 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 no more. It also feels like, my loves, within the next... Ooh. That one jumped out at me, my loves. This is very, 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 very soon. 1 to 3 weeks or 1 to 3 months, you guys could be coming into contact with your person. And like your person, like kindred partnership, my babies, like your person, the person that I'm hearing you say you've been waiting for. Some of you have... What is that fucking noise? Is it the fucking rapture? What is happening out there? That is so fucking weird. Okay. Synchronicity or the rapture. I don't know. We'll find out in 5-10 minutes. And so it feels like... it feels like a lot of you have been single for quite some time. And, you know, that... I was going to be like, and that's okay. And then you guys, like, interrupted me. You were like, no, it sucked. And that's valid. And it feels like... It feels like it has been a long time coming, but I'm hearing you say it's been worth the wait. I can hear you saying, if I had known those years over being single that this is the person who was waiting for me at the end of it, I would do it all over again. And that's really fucking cute. Lighthouses and rainbows are huge signifiers, my loves. I'm also seeing some sort of festival that has a lot of like hot air balloons. Like a festival, parade, carnival, etc., etc. That feels very like local to where you are, and it feels like by the time that festival rolls around, you will be in communication with your person. And I feel like for those of you that resonates with, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know. Let me know. Okay, let us... What are we pulling? Okay. Let's pull whatever the fuck this is called. The Everyday Witch Tarot. Or something. Yeah, my babies. Oh, this came out in group 1 as well. If you felt drawn to group 1, my loves, it does feel as though there's some connection for some of you in group 1 as well. Or confirmation if you came from group 1 that this is where you're meant to... That's okay. King of Cups came up. What am I doing? King of Cups and the Emperor came up in group 1 as well. Further confirmation. We have the Queen of Swords, we have the Moon, we have the Empress, and we have the Five of Pentacles. Oh my goodness gracious, babies. Let's get into it. Okay. So, You're definitely working hard. There is a lot that you want to achieve. There is a lot that you will achieve within the next year, my loves. I feel like you have a specific goal, and it feels like this is a goal that you don't actively share with a lot of people. It feels like some of you are quite superstitious with certain things. I'm hearing touch wood a lot. And it feels like something you're superstitious about is like, you know, when you at your birthday and you make a wish and then someone's like, what'd you wish for? And then someone else is like, no, they can't say it or it won't come true. Like, you're that person. And so like the big grand wishes that you have, you love sharing. There are things that you love sharing and you get excited, but it also feels as though you hold a lot like close to the heart, my babies. And so there's certain big grand wishes that you have for yourself, and it feels like when it comes to work, there's like a specific very grand wish that you have that if you've told anyone, it's like 1-2 people maximum. Otherwise, I feel like it's like shut in a vault, because it's like, this is my deepest, truest wish. I'm keeping this to myself. And I do feel as though within 2 years you achieve that wish, my darlings. And some of you are like, that doesn't seem accurate. And you know what? Fucking be nice to me. I'm joking. I love you. It feels definitely, I mean, King of Cups, my baby's in the moon. Your dreams in the last 3 months, especially, feels like forever, actually feels like your lifetime, in the last 3 months specifically, have been telling you so fucking much. So if you haven't, I would really urge you to, I feel like you remember your dreams really well as well, which is how you know you're getting a lot of intuitive insight in your dreams, my loves, because when you remember a dream very accurately and clearly, it's because you're meant to be remembering that dream, my loves. Especially because a lot of you don't sleep very well, I'm hearing. So the fact that you can wake up from a sleep that wasn't as restful as it should have been more often than not and remember a dream with clarity, you're meant to pay attention to that dream, my loves. Some of you could even benefit from or want to seek out like dream interpretation. Not to self-promo, but that's one of my favorite type of readings to do. So just like if you felt like called to do it, I love you. Anyway, but if you felt called to as well, getting like a dream journal or your notes app or whatever the fuck, and writing out your dream for even like 2 weeks. Just writing out what you can remember. Don't stress about it, my babies. Don't feel bad if you can't remember everything. Writing it down and then going back over the... What the fuck is going on today? Going back after 2 weeks and seeing, you know, the sort of repeating factors or the similarities that flow through your dreams. And I feel as though there's a really important message that gets conveyed to you through your dreams. And sometimes it's not that clear until we go back over a time period and be like, oh, for 2 weeks straight, I dreamed about, I don't fucking know, a weird frog. And and, you know, elaborating on that further kind of a thing, my babies. Definitely feels like there's a lot of focus. The universe is doing a lot to really solidify your bonds with people in the next 6 months, especially, I'm hearing, my loves. And that also pertains to, you know, if you feel urged to let someone go, or if you feel urged to distance yourself from somebody, or if, because you feel so gentle, so kind-hearted, my babies, if you feel urged to, you know, sort of, you know, kind of lessen the closeness between you and someone in some form of way, my loves, I feel as though you're meant to trust that. Just because your intuition is so clear, my loves, it feels as though that feeling wouldn't come up if not for good reason. And it does feel as though the universe really has your back and being like, you want the best, most authentic, truest, most loving people around you. I'm going to show you who they are, kind of a thing, my love. So if you feel drawn to distancing yourself from somebody, Queen of Wands, my baby, setting boundaries. That is something I feel as though you have struggled with for a very long fucking time. A very long fucking time. You have not felt comfortable doing that. You felt guilty about it. And I feel as though there are people who have made you feel guilty about it. But now you're at a period of time where you're like, they're my fucking boundaries to set. Like, what have I been doing seeking the approval and validation from others? Because, of course, if there are people who are taking advantage of you, if there are people who are overstepping, they're going to be like, no, don't set a boundary. And before you've been like, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I won't. But it's like, baby, that's the person who needs your boundaries. And so I feel like you're doing that really, really well. But I will say, my loves, airplane confirmation, babies. Airplane or helicopter? Oh, it flew past my house. I can't see. I can't stretch that far. Maybe helicopter. Helicopter. It feels like this reading is bananas. It feels like the very first time. It also feels like those boundaries are being created from a heart-centered place, because something that is so important to you, my darlings, is always consistently remaining heart-centered. And you could not ever be anything but, my loves. Do you know what I mean? So not worrying about that. You're a very heart-centered person. The people that matter will respect the boundaries that you set, my loves. If somebody kicks up a fuss or any sort of thing about the boundaries that you set, they're the reason that you're being called to set the boundaries, my love. So trusting that and not letting people push you around and make you feel guilty. No, 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 no. But also, you're bringing in somebody with the Queen of Swords and the Empress energy, my loves. And again, that has nothing to do with gender, because it never does. It's energetic, my loves. But you're bringing somebody in with this energy, with the gentle, very, very, very loving, very doting, very nurturing energy of the Empress, but the badass don't fucking overstep me or anybody I care about energy of the Queen of Swords. And that's a sexy duality. Four of Cups over here. You're getting everything that you want. Pay attention to it. I'm hearing Spirit say. You have a spirit guide around you, especially a grandparent that is no longer in the physical with you, who loves you so fucking much, but at the same time is very no bullshit, is very cut and dry type energy. I'm hearing British sense of humor as well, so very like, that's a good sense of humor. That's really I know a lot of people like outside of that don't really get it because it's very dry. But it's why I love earth signs so much, especially Taurus, because a Taurus will dry deliver the funniest fucking shit you have ever heard in your life, but will say it in a complete deadpan that, like, if you don't pay attention, you miss it, and it gets me every fucking time. Like, I remember, okay, I'm very fortunate to be surrounded by a lot of Taurus. It's my favorite sign. I love Taurus. I'll never shut up about it. You can't make me. I was out for dinner a few years back with a Taurus friend of mine and another friend of ours who had gotten a divorce. Sorry, that's not what I'm laughing at. I'm sorry. That's not it. They were okay with it. They were very happy that it was happening. And so they were talking, and it was like a very long period of, legal proceedings and so on and back and forth and yada, yada, yada. And the Taurus friend like asked them like, hey, what's going on? And they were like, oh, we have another court date coming up, and then this will be like the final one. And our Taurus friend was like, oh, that's great, because you've been getting divorced for longer than you were married. And like, they said it so like just a thing someone would say. And I lost my fucking mind. I had to actually get up and go to the bathroom because I was like, I'm causing a disturbance in this restaurant with the fact that there are tears streaming down my face and I am fucking inconsolable right now. And that's the type of shit, like, that is earth sign humor. That is British humor, my babies. It is dry, it is crispy, but it's so good every time. You got to appreciate it. You do. So that's what this feels like. It's like, pay attention to it, because you're over here. It feels also as though this cup that this person's bringing in really pertains to this connection that I feel coming in very strong, this kindred partnership, my babies, because it feels like, you're so focused on otherwise, and that, you're focused on work, my babies. You have your head fucking down, nose to the grindstone type shit. Like, you know that you're preoccupied, and then this person just appears, my baby. They just appear. Yeah, better than you're imagining as well, I'm hearing. And it feels like, okay, it feels like you're definitely headed towards somewhere good. You're definitely headed towards really exciting things. I do feel as though in the next 2 months you're going to be traveling somewhere very exciting, my love, that you've wanted to be going to for quite some time. But it also feels like, with the spyglass here, I do feel as though you have some sort of, and the moon, some sort of like intuitive awareness that this person is close. You might not yet know who they are, but you feel them and have been feeling them quite close for quite some time. I also feel like with the spyglass here, I do feel as though this is someone who you watch for quite a little bit of time. And that could, yeah, I feel like that's on social media, my babies. And so I'm hearing Spirit say, I feel like that's coming up because I'm hearing Spirit say, like, don't get stuck in your head about it. Don't overthink, because you can overthink quite a lot of things, my loves. Don't overthink. Don't make assumptions about this person, my baby, because it feels like, yeah, adjustments are required. Third quarter moon. A win-win outcome is forecast. Full moon in Libra. And bring love into the situation. I would like one more, please. I knew it. I knew it. I was just about to fucking say. I was like, this is what we're getting. I knew it. Oh, bottom of the deck is don't let your past hold you back. South Node. I'm excited. You got me buzzing now, babies. Okay, so don't make assumptions about this person, my love. I feel as though there is something so, I mean, Empress energy, my babies. There is something enthralling about this person. This person does feel like they have some attention on them. They do feel as though in some form, not hugely, but in some form, they are in the public eye. But for a lot of you, that's funny because this came up in group 1 as well. I feel like a lot of you are in the public eye as well in some form. Some of you, like, quite significantly as well. And but it feels like there is some form of attention that's brought towards this person that stumbles into your line of sight. And this person is so lovely. They are so fucking lovely, my darlings. They're so sweet, they're so funny, they're so endearing, they're so sweet, they're intelligent, they're passionate, they're like, people are really excited to be in this person's space. And so you see them and you're like, there is not a fucking chance in hell that person doesn't have a partnership. And there are fantastic people who are wonderful who aren't in partnerships yet, my darlings. Looking at you, baby, now, yeah, no, okay. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, don't assume, you know, don't sort of count yourself out beforehand. Fucking 4 of Cups energy, my babies. Do not count yourself out beforehand. Talk to this person. Reach out to this person. That makes you nervous. That makes you terrified because of how much you like them initially. And you're like, I've never felt that. I've never felt such an innate initial deep attraction. Physically, you can feel attracted to a lot of people. You can feel drawn to a lot of people, talking to people. You can feel very infatuated. But this depth, this level of soul deep pull to a person, you're like, what the fuck is that about? And don't get so in your head about it that you refuse to move forward with it, my darlings. Reach out to this person. Talk to this person. We have adjustments are required. Third quarter moon. A win-win outcome is forecast. Full moon in Libra. Bring love into the situation. New moon in Aquarius. And a new romantic cycle begins. New moon in Libra. I love that she came out. I felt it. I saw it. And it's good, my babies. It's so good. But yeah, staying out of your heads and allowing yourselves to feel the depth of emotion that this person brings up within you, my darlings, because that's okay. This is a lot of air energy. We have fixed air here as well. And so it does feel as though a lot of you can get intimidated by the depth for which you feel for this person. And I'm not gonna lie to you, my babies. I mean this is a positive, but some of you are gonna be like, oh God. That only increases as you get to know them more. but in a really fucking good way, because this is a really good connection. Let us, okay, I want to pull, oh, I'm rolling away. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm crashing into things. Went off-roading in my office chair. Let's pull some Light Seers Tarot. But I just, yeah, with Aquarius as well, I do feel as though you meet this person online. Some form of community as well. There's something that links you two together in relation to your community. It could be a mutual friend. It could be someone you work with who connects you to this person. It could be, you know, for those of you that are in the public eye, that are content creators, it could be like a fan that, excuse you, that, Jesus Christ, that, you know, brings your attention to this other person. Yeah. Been a long time coming, but it's worth it, my babies. We have the Ace of Pentacles. We have the Six of Wands. Well, speak of the devil. We have the, fuck me, we have the Ten of Cups. That's good. We have the High Priestess. Oof. Yeah. We have the Wheel. We have the Knight of Wands. We have Temperance. And what am I taking? You, please. And we have the Eight of Pentacles. And we have me going ballistic. So, this is lovely. This is a goddamn delight. Let's get into why. It feels like, okay, yeah. So, this has taken a while. This has taken a while, my darlings. It does feel as though both of you are slightly older than you thought you would be getting into this relationship. But I will say that also pertains to some of you in your career path. Your career is going very well, and you know, you feel, some of you can feel kind of older, like it feels like some of you are older than like the people that you work with, or some of you, you know, maybe went to school like at a later age than you assumed that you would. And it's like, what? My love, time isn't real. Age means nothing. We have all the fucking time in the world to do whatever we need to do, my babies. It feels as though you place massive importance on, I want to be ready for what I'm doing. And because of that, sometimes things take time, but what you pursue and when you pursue it always coincides with perfect timing, my loves. Do you know what I mean? So yes, you're meeting this person maybe a few years later than you assumed you would be. You know, it feels like some of you are like, I thought at this age I would be married already. I thought at this age I would have, you know, a kid, or at least a kid on the way. I thought at this age I would blah, blah, blah. And it's like, we can think these things, and those thoughts do aid in our manifestations, but let's not place ourselves, you know, in a position for preemptive disappointment by being like, well, I didn't achieve that at this certain age, because it just means that at that age, you weren't completely ready for it in the space that you wanted to be, my loves, for whatever reason. Because it does, you have that Emperor energy, my babies. You have that King of Cups energy. That is very, very, I mean, we have King of Kings and we have the King of connection and emotional depth and relationships. So that is understanding circumstance at a heart-centered level and understanding dynamics at a heart-centered level. And so the fact that, you know, you haven't reached a certain event by a certain time just means that in your heart of hearts, you were like, no, there's some more I need to do. There's some more I need to set in place before achieving this. And there's nothing wrong with that, my babies, because what other people have done in the timeline they have done, it has nothing to do with you, my darlings. You are achieving what you are achieving in the perfect time for you, my babies. And it does feel that very strongly because Emperor energy, my babies, you are fucking ruling your life. So Ace of Pentacles, it has taken a while. You know, when we plant the seed is not when we see the harvest, my babies. And so we have planted the seed, and it feels like this is the year when you're fully seeing the beginnings of your harvest, you know? Feels like in the last year, 2 years, you saw the sprouts and you were like, oh, what are we doing with this? Where are we going with this? And then in the next year, it feels like, you know, you're going to have like the first bite of the first fruit from your harvest, from what you have built. And that's beautiful. A lot of recognition coming in the next year as well, my darlings. A lot of public recognition in a grander scale. It feels like it's recognition from people that you respect, not just from, you know, an audience, not just from whatever the fuck. It feels like people that you respect and value are going to recognize and acknowledge you and appreciate you, and that's really lovely. I feel as though some of you as well could be with our handsome devil over here. It feels like, hi, it feels like every time I pull out this devil card in a reading, people are always like, who's that? And it's so funny because usually the devil card, like, people are like, oh no, because it's usually depicted as something very frightening, something very, you know, dark, very daunting, feeling trapped, feeling, feeling the negative aspects of temptation, kind of a thing. And so this fella pops out and people are like, who's that? It's like, it's the devil, baby, watch out. No, you don't need to watch out, my loves. The devil's not scary. We don't need to be afraid of the devil. We just need to understand the devil. And so it feels like you're freeing yourself from restriction. You have recognized the aspects of your life where you've lacked boundary, where you've lacked control, and in an authentic way, because it does feel as though control is very important to you. And so it feels like you're recognizing that and you're placing, you know, positive changes in that aspect. Some of you could be also becoming more conscious about something to do with, you know, where you've kind of overindulged, be that whatever, something that, you know, you felt guilty about overindulging in, and sort of reining that in and regaining control, and feeling very proud of yourself for regaining that control, and feeling less, you know, like what you've overindulged in controls you, sort of a thing. You know, because the devil can't control you if you don't let him, my babies. It also feels very much like, okay, this is not a YouTube friendly message, but it's coming out, and so I'm gonna bring it out because I will always dedicate myself to doing so. It feels like it feels like a lot of you, fuck. Okay, gotta go into my internal thesaurus for this one. All right, so it feels like, it's funny because it was the last group that I talked about how on Patreon I referred to a pain kink as salted caramel. You know, I said someone liked a little pain with their pleasure, which was like salted caramel. Like, caramel is good on its own, but you put salt in it and it's like a lot better, you know what I mean? So it feels like the fact that I'm remembering me saying that pertains to this message, where it's like a lot of you, I am feeling, have very specific tastes. You know what I mean? And and your tastes are very strong. Your tastes are very devil energy, my babies. You saucy devils, you. And you're worried that the person that you connect with, the person that you devote your heart to, which is very sweet and very beautiful, because you don't need to keep your heart under lock and key, my loves. You can show it to the person that you love. They'll keep it safe. I do promise. You can trust them. I know that word sounds scary, but trust, my babies. You can trust this person. They will actively prove to you over and over and over again, through word, through action, through dedication, even needlessly, even, you know, without intending to, just naturally, that you can trust them. But some of you have very strong tastes, tastes that some of you are kind of worried, you know, you won't be able to indulge in with your partner, because it's like, you know, if I found someone who I loved unconditionally, but they didn't, you know, enjoy the same aspects of intimacy that I enjoy, and you're like, if I loved them enough, like that would be okay. But like, would it, my babies? Because you're, that aspect of who you are and what you enjoy feels very prevalent in your day to day. That is something that you dedicate a lot of thought, effort, and attention to. But it feels like, and so it feels like because this person, I mean, we have the Emperor and the Empress, my babies. Again, nothing to do with gender, but we have the King of Kings and the Queen of Queens. Like that is a perfect dynamic. And I don't mean perfect as in flawless, because that does not mean the same thing. I mean perfect as in two people who are two individuals who come together again and again and again, but who come together into a relationship that is beautiful and 10 of Cups energy, fulfilling and as perfect as they allow it to be because of the proactive effort that each of them put into it. And because of that compatibility, it feels as though this is a person who's very much on the same wavelength as you in terms of what you enjoy and desire. And I feel like that's coming through because it feels like that's something very important to you. You know, that's a very important aspect of your romantic relationship. And it feels as though I'm also hearing something that you're worried about. I feel like some of you, your parents could be divorced because you're really worried about, you know, dedicating yourself to someone, dedicating yourself to building a life with somebody, and, you know, that love, that affection fizzling out. And it feels like that's something you fear being on the receiving end of, because it feels as though when you are dedicated to somebody, my darlings, you're so fucking loyal. It's insane. It's gorgeous how loyal and dedicated you are to the people that you love, let alone the person that you love, wholly and fully. And so it feels like, you know, some of you are worried about this person one day waking up and being like, I just don't feel the same. And that's like, that's terrifying. Like you have fucking fever dreams about that. And fully and strongly, my loves, that does not happen here. I mean, 10 of Cups, Emperor, Empress, the fucking King of Cups, Wheel of Fortune, Temperance. That does not happen in this connection, my babies. Nothing fizzles out. This is a relationship that consistently, through the love, dedication, and effort of both of you, grows and expands. And yes, it evolves, because all things evolve. Wheel of Fortune energy here, my babies, evolves in a positive way. If something has to shift, if something has to change, it's only because what is on the other side of that shift and change is for the better. But this is a lifetime partnership completely, my loves. I do feel as though, yeah, babies, we got the Moon, we got the King of Cups, and we got the High Priestess. Like, you two are very, very, very intuitively linked to each other, my darlings. Like, very fucking strongly linked to each other. I'm getting telepathic communication, and I am getting that you are communicating through songs that pop in your head, or songs that, you know, come up out of nowhere. You know, in like an ad, there will be like a bit of a song, and it's like that part of the song gets stuck in your head over and over and over again, because there's a message in those lyrics that you're meant to receive, or like the tune of a song you're meant to pay attention to. Especially because I feel like you two are very close to meeting, my babies. I don't think we would have gotten the Emperor and the Empress and the 10 of Cups if you weren't like right about to meet. This is gorgeous energy. It's giving me Sun and Moon energy as well. One of you feels very, which makes sense because that's very much the Emperor and the Empress. The Emperor being, you know, the sun energy, the divine masculine energy of, you know, working and achieving and providing and, you know, actively going for things, all about action. Whereas the Empress, the Moon energy, is the divine feminine energy, about the receiving and about the, you know, creating abundance, but also welcoming it, you know. Whereas the Emperor wants to provide, very much that energy wants to provide the abundance, and the Empress wants to receive the abundance. And that's what this dynamic feels like. But it also feels as though the Empress is very grounding to the Emperor in an emotional way. And it feels like your emotions can overwhelm you. With the Emperor and the Devil here, it does feel as though at times your emotions can overwhelm you to the point where you just kind of slam them down. And you're like, nope, we're not letting that happen. And so they don't get to be felt in a fully and authentic way. Or they're felt in a way that doesn't feel satisfactory to you. And so I feel like this person coming in, this very intuitive person, I do feel as though with the Eight of Pentacles from this deck as well, this person like feels like they work as a spiritual practitioner, intuitive medium, card reader, Reiki healer, something to do with their intuition as work. And it feels like, yeah, this person really protects your emotions, but also gives you a safe space. Oh, okay. Gives you a safe space to feel vulnerable and feeling your emotions without the fear of judgment, without the fear of, you know, it's like, okay, you see me and I'm not afraid of that. And I do not feel as though that's something you've had with anyone before, my loves. Genuinely, I do not feel you have ever experienced that. And so to experience it with this person who is your fucking lighthouse. Like, they are your safety in a person. This is a person you can trust. This is a person you can feel all of the vulnerable things that for so long you have been very afraid to feel, at least with another person. You get to feel that with them, and it's beautiful, my darlings. This is also a Knight of Wands and the Devil, my loves. This is a very passionate relationship. Very fucking passionate. Very intense. Very, you two are very attracted to each other. Like, you... Whoa. And we got the Ace of Wands as well, my darlings, which in traditional Rider-Waite tarot is just somebody holding like a staff. And it always reminds me of someone holding a staff. And it feels like, yeah, you two want each other in every kind of way. It's a heart-centered way, and it's a something else-centered way. Oh my goodness gracious. There's a lot of really witty banter between you both. There's a lot of really charming sort of like, not teasing, but very much like flirtation between you both. And it's very, there's a lot of wordplay. That's very attractive to you both, is wordplay. Dirty talk as well in this connection. It's fantastic. The sounds as well. Okay, we're not on Patreon. I'm sorry. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to get Aries energy here. It feels like, and Taurus. Yeah. Taurus are my freaks. I love a Taurus. I'm sorry, I just can't stop talking about it. I just love them so much. It feels like, yeah, you two really enjoy, what are we doing? I'm gonna take you, please. Thank you. Really enjoy riling each other up and you know, building each other up to that point. But it feels like it's it feels like in association with group one as well. There, you know, you met online, and there was this distance, and that's what it kind of feels like, because it feels like there's so much attraction, so much passion, so much desire, but it's like we can't act on it yet. And it feels like, although that's annoying, it's almost like we're better for it, because we get to build up that communication and really sort of build up to like when, like the first time you two meet each other face to face. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even think you make it out of the airport, my loves, before something occurs. Like, it's just because you've been building it up for so many weeks, so many months. However, that like when you two see each other, it's like, oh my fucking goodness. First of all, this person that I am very fucking deeply in love with, let alone this person who has been riling me up for fucking however long, is here and gorgeous. And it's like, okay, running up to each other, okay, tight hug, okay, kiss. And then it's like, the kiss isn't stopping. And then it's like, you're holding on to me really tight. And then it's like, I think we need to find somewhere. You know what I mean, my loves? Very passionate, very flirtatious, very charming. And that never goes away, my loves. Again, I feel as though that's a fear that you have, is that the excitement of, you know, an initial relationship will fade away. And with the right person, it won't, my loves. With two people, Emperor and Empress energy, with two people who don't want it to fade away, it will not. If you proactively put in the effort consciously to have a relationship that you're showing care, affection, and value to, it will not die away, my love. So that doesn't go away. We have solar flares activate. We have Aries. We have Taurus. We have strength. We have retrograde. We have the second house, which is Taurus's house, which is resources. That is home, finances, and security, my babies. All those things Taurus loves. And we have Aquarius collaborate. Okay, so Aquarius energy, again, very much feels like you meet this person through a mutual someone, but also very much that you meet them online. Aquarius, air sign energy in general usually signifies technology and online presence to me, but Aquarius especially. Aquarius are very good at being online. And it feels like... I feel like something that you've manifested, one, I feel like your income is going to double by the end of the next year, my loves. And some of you are like, that's a lot. And I said what I said. And it feels like, it feels like that's something that was always very important to you, was having not just a stable source of income, but a good amount of income by the time you connected with your person. Something to do with your living space as well. I feel as though in the last year or 2 years, you could have moved into a place that you're very proud of, a place that feels really good. It feels very luxurious. It feels very nice. It's nice. You're giving me Taurus energy, my babies. A Taurus knows when something is nice, and they like nice things, my loves. And it feels like you have that now. And it's like, okay, I feel like something you're manifesting is understanding that you are the source of all of this wonderful stuff around you, and understanding that you are what this person wants. So yes, it's nice you have a lot of money, my babies. Yes, it's nice you have a beautiful place to live. Yes, it's nice that, you know, good things are around you and you have a luxurious lifestyle and you go to nice restaurants and you eat fancy food and you have nice clothes, and I feel like you have perfume or cologne that costs like several $100s, and that's fucking rad as hell. Some of you are drinking fucking like whiskeys and what's expensive alcohol? I don't know. I was gonna say tequila, but tequila, that's very, I can't think about tequila. Tequila turns me into a, we don't need to go into that. Anyway, I have told some stories about me when I have had too much tequila, and people are like, I can't ever see you the same. And I'm like, you know what? That's valid. And it what's expensive? Is scotch expensive? I don't know. I don't drink enough to know what's expensive, but like, you know what I mean? And it's like, you know, you can have a bottle of whiskey that's like $200 and you can be like, yeah, that's a lot of money, but I enjoyed it. And people are like, what? And that's all fine and good, my babies. That's magnificent. You have these nice things. You experience these nice things. You deserve it. You work your fucking ass off, my loves. You deserve these nice things, but understanding as well that this person you're connecting to loves you and values you on a soul level, my darlings. And all the frilly extras, that's lovely, but they're drawn to you. You know what I mean, my darlings? And I feel as though this message came out in pile number 1 as well, where it's like, you don't have anything to prove. And so I feel like part of that as well is why in the next few months, Spirit is really going to kind of clear out like the connections that aren't meant to stay in your life. Because I mean, with how abundant you are, you picked the fertility group, my babies. You are welcoming consistent abundance and growth and expansion in all aspects of your life. And with that, there are always going to be people, you know, what's the term, like hangers on or kind of like leeches? I don't know. Something like that, where they're like, okay, you have something good. I want something that you have, or I want, you know, to experience something that you have. And so clearing the way for that, but also understanding that the person you're connecting to is not that way, my babies. You could have none of this, and if this person was able to find you, they would love you exactly the same way. But it does feel as though where you're at is, for many reasons, especially because you want to achieve it, but it's also because, you know, you and this person are supposed to find each other. You've been actively your entire fucking lives looking for each other, my loves. And I do not feel as though if you were in any other position other than the position you're in, that you two would be able to find each other at least as easily as you're able to now. All right, my darlings, let's look into some messages. It was really funny because in the last group, I'm just realizing that that like I spelled a few words, but the messages that came through were mostly like intuitive as opposed to me like picking up on the letters, which was kind of funny. Whoops. All right, my loves, I feel like if you don't like that sound, you can mute me. I'm also picking up on, I always fucking talk while I'm doing this, and then I listen back on it while I'm editing, and I'm like, baby, they can't fucking hear you. I do feel very strongly that, some of you, okay, I'm getting a mixed bag. I feel like some of you either love ASMR, like love it, like listen to it, you know, in the fucking car, listen to it falling asleep, listen to it like in your day-to-day, like love, like are actively very into ASMR. Especially those like scene ASMRs, or like, what are they called? It's like not a movie. It's like a story kind of, but it's like they're talking to you, like insert AS. Oh, insert ass. Insert ASMR. Or some of you do ASMR. I need to stop jingling these letters. And some of you are like, babe, please. Okay, I'll stop for a second. Or some of you do ASMR. That's how you have your public recognition. Or on the other side of it, some of you cannot stand it. Like, cannot listen to it. Like, it's aggravating. It makes you want to melt. It makes you want to remove your skin actively from your body. And I have to say, if you're in, thank you, babies. If you're in that group, I completely understand. And like, Chaos and Spring, my sweet, beautiful darlings, have tried. They have tried to get me into ASMR, and they have given me such good recommendations for like some very talented people, and I really appreciate it. But there's just some fucking thing. There is something about listening to someone talk right in my fucking ear that gets me so uncomfortable, and like my shoulders, like, and I'm like, ugh. I just like, if you're gonna talk to me that close and you're gonna whisper in my ear, I hope you would be kissing me on the mouth eventually. You know what I mean? And like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't enjoy it. I'm sorry. I don't have a good time with it, but I appreciate people that do. And like, it's an art. It's a fucking art form. And that's amazing. That's wonderful. My daughter is very into ASMR. She is a Taurus, and Taurus, you know, is ruled by the senses. I know a lot of Taurus who are very into ASMR. Either they hate it or they love it. And she loves it. She loves all of it. She loves all the crunches. She loves all the munches. She loves those fucking videos where people eat right in front of a microphone. Oh my God. And so all you can fucking hear from my living room is these people slurping and chewing and gasping and swallowing, and it makes me so, like, I have to take a breath because it's awful. But confirmation message for you there, my loves, as you see fit. Okay, so I'm sorry, I just got heated. Okay, so I feel like some of you are very passionate about coffee. I feel like you drink coffee every day, or you drink tea every day. Something about, but you have, okay. The way that you like things is exactly the way that you like them, I'm picking up. So, and it feels like, I definitely feel like you had past lives with this person you're connecting to, my darlings, but it also feels like there was like a life that was very significant, that feels very piratey. You know what I mean? And because it feels like I'm picking up on like you really enjoying eating like or drinking the same thing over and over and over and over again until you get sick of it. So like, if there's like a certain type of sandwich that you like, you'll get that sandwich every day for lunch for 10 days, that specific sandwich. And then on the 10th day, you're like, I don't really want to eat it anymore. And then like you go off of it for like 4 fucking months until you come back to it. And it feels like the things that you enjoy eating kind of cycle through that sort of pattern where it's like, this is something I want. I'm going to eat it every day for a week and then get sick of it and not look at it. And it feels like that pertains to like a lot of your life. Like that pertains to like things you like to drink. That pertains to things you like to watch, songs as well. I feel like you can listen to like the same few songs on repeat, like consistently for a few days until you're like, it's just not giving me the feeling that it was giving me before. Oh God. Oh, that's bad tea, baby. Whew. It's very bitter. Excuse Rowan snoring. And, or like video games, like you can like, I feel like some of you might even be gaming streamers, because we got like public something, notoriety, recognition. And then video games are coming up. You could also just like playing video games. You don't have to be a video game streamer to enjoy playing video games. Do you know what I mean? And it feels like that can kind of pertain to video games as well. Like you can, you know, play a game like again and again and again and again and again, or for a very long time, then you can just drop it and not pick it back up for like months. And so it feels like, I don't know why that's coming up. Could just come up for confirmation, but also it feels like some of you may be, some of you, okay, a few different messages coming out with this one. Some of you could be very good at displacing like emotion in terms of, you know, physical and romantic links. I don't think I could have said that in a more complicated or less sensical way. It like, I feel like that was like Monty Python dialogue level confusion. It feels like it feels like some, like, you know, some of you can, you know, go out and have your little one night stand. Some of you can go out and like, you know, like flirt, but have it like not be like, it can be all in the head and in the head. And it feels like something that surprises you about this person is the fact that like you can't easily navigate that anymore when you meet them. You're very good at banter. You're very intelligent. You are fucking brilliant, my loves. People discredit how smart that you are. You discredit how smart you are as well. People, you know, really, really, really underestimate you, which is fine. They can. They're not meant to get it, my babies. If they were meant to get it, they would get it. You know what I mean, my loves? And so some of you, you know, flirting can kind of be sort of like a chess game. And it can kind of be easy for you to sort of, you know, bounce back what's given to you, and it's easy for you to fluster like certain people, and then you meet this person and your knees get a little bit wobbly, baby. Your knees get a little bit wobbly, you get a little stuttery, you get a little nervous, and it's not that this person is trying to do that to you, but it is a very big signifier that they're different. You know what I mean, my loves? And it does feel as though this person is very, very, very easily able to get to your soul at a level that I don't feel as though people can very easily. I feel as though this person makes their way into your heart real fast and real effortless, my babies. And I feel like it almost fucking like sidelines you. Like you're like, when did that happen? Okay, it's been 3 hours since we last spoke, but I haven't stopped thinking about them. Oh my God. And some of you, that can be very intimidating because I feel like a lot of you really value control. You value control and you value independence. And so the fact that this beautiful, wonderful person who you just stumbled upon can so effortlessly make you feel as though you aren't able to control this dynamic or how you feel about it or how you react to it, it can be quite intimidating. But go with the flow of it, my babies. Go with the flow. You are safe with this person, my darlings. The names Thomas, David, Millie, Miles, Stan, Steve. Some of you could need a new stove or could be looking at a new stove as well. Siwa, Joanne, Joanne? Caleb, Neil, Nell, Ida, Noel, Shiva, Ian, Lainey, Letty. Those names are coming through. The Maldives as well. That could be a place that you want to go to, especially because some of you are very conscious about the fact that, like, in some sort of amount of time, the Maldives, I think, will no longer be accessible. You want to get there before that happens. I feel like that's one of the first trips that you take with this person. Okay. I feel like some of you are very protective of your personal endeavors. You could be very private people. That's not to say you don't overshare. There are certain aspects of your life that you overshare, but in other aspects, you're very private people. And especially when it comes to, like, your family knowing about your connection, it does feel as though this is a connection that you keep private between yourself and this person for like a good 6 months, you know, where like other people do not know about it, which would make a lot of sense as well if one or both of you are in the public eye in some form. That makes a lot of sense. But it does feel as though either Christmas or a significant holiday where you like get together with family, that a holiday that's very important to you, because family does feel very important to you. I feel like something very telling is how excited you are to have this person with you for this holiday, and that includes like meeting your family, meeting your parents as well. And that's like a big fucking deal for you, because it feels like your parents, especially your mothers, can get very excited and a little bit nosy, but that's, you know, that's what parents do, my babies. And so it feels like, you know, the fact that you're like, okay, they're now going to know about you, and so I'm going to be asked about you every day forever, is very telling. But it feels so right. Everything feels very natural, and I feel like that's kind of where like the sort of like surprise or sort of like not nervousness, but just, yeah, just surprise comes from, because it's like, I wasn't expecting this to be this easy or this effortless or to happen, you know, this naturally. I was expecting, you know, to kind of reach a point where I had to sort of think about it and be like, am I ready for you to meet my family? Whereas instead, it just hits you one day and you're like, I want you to meet my family. And that's beautiful. That's a beautiful connection, my babies. I feel like some of you could be buying a new car within the next 4 months. It feels like a big car. Some of you could be buying an SUV as well. Blah, 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 blah. You or this person could be an astrologer as well, because I'm hearing étoile, which is star in French. You or this person could speak French or be from France. If you were from France, I would assume you would speak French. That's Jesus Christ. I need to lie down. I'm also hearing Diwali for some of you, which could be like the important, you know, holiday event that like you want to introduce your person to your family during. Some of you could really like spam as well. Don't know why that's coming through. Is there anything else, my loves? Oh, they gave me a shiver and they told me no. Group number 2. Oh my goodness gracious. That was, baby, I told you it was going to be juicy, and there was a lot of detail that came through that. I am very sweaty right now. There was a lot of energy in that reading, a lot of excitement from spirit, because it's like, much like group number 1, it's like there's so much good happening for you. And it's exciting because it's things that like you're already getting like a glimpse of, you're already experiencing in some form, but it's like spirit being like, no, baby, like you haven't seen anything yet. And that's a really fucking, really exciting energy. But I hope that you enjoyed that, my darlings. If you did, please feel free to let me know by leaving a comment. I love hearing from you guys. I love talking to you. I just fucking adore you. If the reading resonated, my energy resonated, please feel free to subscribe, my darlings. All of my links for Patreon has the exclusive monthly readings, the extended 18+ readings, monthly forecasts, etc., etc. My Instagram, my Etsy store, and my email for more information on private readings. They're all down below in the description box, my loves. Thank you so... Did we really pull that many? I don't remember that at all. Thank you so much for being here with me, my darlings. I'm very grateful to you. I'm very excited for you. And I love you very, very much. Bye. Hello, 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 my loves. Group number 3, if you picked Eel Mystery. I'm getting a lot of Scorpio energy from this group. A lot of very transformative energy, which makes a lot of sense because at the time that I'm filming this, at the time that it is coming out, even if you're not watching it around that time, we have been through a lot of transformative energy, my babies. We have been through a lot of transformative energy. There's, yeah, my babies. You need confirmation of what you're manifesting, my loves, because you are feeling very tired. You are feeling very tired. It feels like, I feel like you're kind of at a point where you're like, it just feels like the transformations are never gonna fucking end. Like it's like, where is the finish line of this circumstance? Do you know what I mean, my loves? It's like, okay, this has been long enough. I've, you know, made the hard decisions that you've called me to make. I have done the difficult things that you've, you know, called me to go through. I have, you know, planted the seeds. I have waited for the harvest. I'm caring for the harvest. I'm watching it grow. Like, when do I get to enjoy it, kind of a thing. Yeah, renewal of peace, my loves. And new experiences and possibilities. Okay, yeah. So I was about to say, somebody's holding on very tightly to my right shoulder. I can, like, not like, painfully, but just like, you know, like an affectionate squeeze. Like, don't worry, slugger. I gotcha. And it feels like right now is quiet, but it's quiet for good reason, my love. It's quiet because you've gone from this energy, which is very intense, and it's a lot of decision, and it's a lot of uncertainty, and it's a lot of like panic, like, oh my god, okay, I have to pick now. I don't know what to do. I don't have enough information. What do I do? But needing to pick, needing to decide. And then you've gone from that, and now you're into this. And this is a very, it can be impatient, and it does feel impatient, but it's also, it's meant to be very calm. It's meant to be very lulled, my babies. It's like, okay, I know that what I'm waiting for is worth it. Yes, the waiting is hard, but you just gotta, and you don't want to hear me say this, but you just gotta relax into it, my loves. You just gotta trust it. You gotta let it flow to you, my babies, because it feels like you need that rest. After the 7 of Wands energy, you need this rest, my loves. I'm sorry I tapped that so aggressively. I've had a lot of caffeine today. And so... And so, yeah, you're meant to settle, my babies. You're meant to relax into it. It feels like you're getting a lot of confirmations that, you know, it's okay to rest. You're being well taken care of. Robins, squirrels, toads, snails, and black cats are big signifiers for you as well, my loves. Also snakes. But it feels like you're definitely growing something very worthwhile, something very beautiful, my loves. Something that, you know, when the time comes that you get to experience it, it's like, okay, that really was worth it, kind of a thing. Do you know, my loves? Because hindsight's 20/20, my babies, but we don't have hindsight until we're, yeah, come on, my loves. Happy success. It's all good things, babies. It's all, come on now. Come on now. Joyous, fun, great achievement. And fear. Yeah. Okay. So you have a lot of energy here of spirit being like, baby, don't worry. Baby, we're taking care of it. Baby, we want to give you what it is that you have actively worked towards. Baby, just trust us. And, you know, you're out here being like, I'd really love to see it. So you are manifesting the things that you want, my love. Some of you, I am seeing it pertaining to a move, a significant move. Like a move that is intimidating, a farm either across the country or just outside of your comfort zone, like away from where you've grown up, away from your circle of people and security. Some of you, it's like across the fucking world. And so it feels like, it just feels like it's going to be so fucking worth it, my loves. And I feel like, you know, the fact that it's going to be so, what are you? Oh, little fuzzball. Where did you come from? The fact that it's going to be so worth it can be felt by you, and that kind of adds to the impatience. It's like your birthday or Christmas morning or whatever the fuck. It's like, you know that when it comes, it's going to be incredible. So the build up to getting there is very difficult. But at the same time, I'm hearing spirit say, like, when this happens for you, when you reach this manifestation, nothing is going to be the same. Nothing in your life is going to look the same. Excuse you. Okay, hello. The magician wanted to pop out, but if he wants to come out, he can come out on his own time. He doesn't have to be rude about it. Thank you, my love. We have the 7 of Cups. Yeah, very much so. 777s, my babies. Yeah, you are right before the 8s. You are right before the, like, deciding factor, making it happen, let's go. Then it happens to the 9s where we see it come to fruition, and then is the 10s where it's like completion. So you're almost there, my babies. We have the Queen of Pentacles, that's abundance, that's luxury. Where did you go, you sneaky little dickens? There you went. And then we have 3 of Cups, that's celebration, my loves. But yeah, Spirit's saying, like, nothing is going to be the same. Nothing is going to look the way that it does now, 3, 7, 12 months from now, my loves. And yeah, it's been a build-up. Yeah, we've, you know, but it's like, it couldn't have gone any other way. You know, you needed this time to strategize, to build up a plan, to you know, go through the motions of it all, because this is a decision that if it was made instantly without, you know, all the thought and heart that was put into it, just something would have gone amiss, my love. Something would have gone amiss. Something would have been skipped over, and it would have delayed it even farther. So it's like, no, we needed to be thorough about this, because it feels like a lot of you can, you know, sort of, there's a lot of impatience here. There's a lot of wands energy. There's a lot of, you know, water energy where it's like, I don't want to wait. I don't like waiting. I don't like not getting there. You know, I want to get there. I want to see it. I want to just act on it. I just want to have it, kind of a thing. And, you know, for something of this degree, because it feels like what you're manifesting is huge, my loves. And it's different for all of you. Some of you, it's, you know, that job that you've wanted for a long time, that dream career level job. Some of you, it's like your, you know, your person, but you've met your person and they, you know, live in a different country. It's a significant, you know, decision to make. It's a significant trail of life choices. Some of you, it's buying the house that you've always wanted, but you can only afford it in this other place, or you feel very called to this other place, etc., etc. It feels like whatever decision you're making, whatever you're manifesting, is hugely significant and very much will impact your life in full, my loves. And so that's not something that you can just get to. Do you know what I mean, my babies? That's something that you have had to work at. You've had to be thorough about. You've had to put effort into. You've had to save up money and put money into it, because it's like the universe being like, no, you need to be sure about this. Because this is something that you can't instantly come back from. And I feel like that's something some of you can do quite a lot, is like to make a decision. Oh shit, if it doesn't work out, we just backtrack and we act like it never happened, and we don't acknowledge it, but now we know that that didn't work out. And this is not that type of, you know, decision, my loves. This is not that type of manifestation where you can just be like, oh shit, oh no, I've spent all this money, I've gotten this visa, I'm halfway across the world, but like, oops, let's go back. And like, you know, it's not to say like you're trapped in this other place, but do you know what I mean? It's like this decision wasn't one that was meant to be manifested overnight. This wasn't a decision that you were meant to, make on a whim. Like, you were supposed to think it through. You were supposed to be thorough about it. You were supposed to make sure that you were devoted to it. And so because of that, because you were called to put so much thought and intention into this manifestation, it brought up a lot of feelings. It brought up a lot of anxieties. It brought up a lot of fears. It brought up a lot of worries. It brought up a lot of overthinking, things that you weren't really comfortable going through because they were things that, you've kind of always sort of skipped over, which it feels like is in part why, you made decisions on a whim for so long, is because you were like, I don't want to, get to the point where I'm overthinking and I'm doubting myself and blah, 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 blah. But that overthinking and that doubt, my darlings, usually just comes up because it's, our minds getting ahead of ourselves and being like, okay, let's make sure this is what we want. And the universe wanted to see that, my loves, for this manifestation to come to be. And I do feel as though with the Queen of Cups, with the Queen of Pentacles here, and the Seven of Pentacles, this is a decision that was made in all the right ways for all the right reasons. And so the manifestation is coming to be, my loves. What you want is coming up very, very much in a way that is better than you anticipate. But, it feels like you've had to make some difficult decisions. Decisions. It feels like, the devil's poked his head up more than once, and you've had those Seven of Wands moments where it's like, okay, shit, like, is this right? Okay, am I doing the right thing? But you followed your heart, you've listened to yourself, you've worked through those confrontations, those difficulties. And when it comes down to it, my loves, in the soul searching, you're like, yes, I want this. I know that I want this. And because you're at the point where you're at, like, yes, I know I want this, the universe is like, baby, we hear you, we're on it, which is magnificent. But then in the same way, it's like, it's not going to happen instantly. You know what I mean, my loves? So you've gotten through all of the difficult stuff, and now it's just a matter of letting, the universe kind of take the wheel. And I know people hate that. These just fell out confirmations, my loves. We have, you are good. A new start is coming, new moon. You are good enough, full moon in Virgo. Communication is key. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. New moon in Gemini. And emotions are running high, supermoon. Okay, some of you could be manifesting to rekindle a connection with somebody. A win-win outcome is forecast, full moon in Libra. It doesn't have to be a romantic connection. For a lot of you, it feels friendship-based or familial. And it feels, my left hand is so itchy, my babies. You have something coming your way. You are ready to receive very much. But you could be manifesting and it feels like this reconnection would be like nothing short of the work of a miracle. Like this person, or you has moved far away. You haven't talked in years, but this is someone who is very important to you, very special to you. And you're like, I need them back. Feels like they're coming back, my babies. But yeah, you've done all the hard work, and the universe is like, okay, we've got this now. We need to kind of finalize the little last steps of this. And that's annoying because you like to take such a proactive role in what you're doing, my darlings. But also the fact of the matter is that you really like to see what's going on. You really like to see how things are unfolding. And the universe is being like, it's kind of like Wizard of Oz behind the curtain stuff, my babies. It's like, you don't need to see how this comes about. You just need to trust us. You just lay back because we've put you through enough. You've done enough. You need to settle and relax now. And you're like, no, don't tell me what to do. And, it's because it's in those lulls, and it's in, those quiet moments where we're meant to rest, where we can overthink and our minds can get overactive. So reminding yourself to stay, heart present, my loves. Reminding yourselves to say that, journal, write it down, think about it, be aware of how far you've come in your manifestation, be aware of how far, you've brought yourself through the work that you've done. Think about where you were a year ago, 6 months ago, 5 years ago, my loves. The place that you're in now, although it's not the final place you're going to be in, it's not the place that you at the present want to be in, but it's a place that a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I feel like you could have only dreamed of being in. So recognizing how far you've come, the work that you've put into what you've done, and seeing that, no, like, I have accomplished a lot more than I think that I have. And I am, you know, I'm out of the cloudiness, and I'm out of the murkiness, and I'm out of the uncertainty, and now I'm in clarity. So I need to stay in that clarity, because I know that what I want is coming to me, and I know that I'm ready to receive it. And just staying in that energy, my babies. And I know it's not easy. I know it's not easy, but it's coming, my loves. It's coming very quickly, very strongly. I feel like within the next, sevens keep coming up, so 7 to 8 weeks, 7 to 8 months, my loves. Certainly within the next year. Definitely. I don't feel like it's going to go for more than a year. I feel like you've waited long enough, my babies. It's just some final tweaking. I keep seeing the sun card pop up in the cards as well. So that's, for manifestations, that's fantastic, my loves. Queen of Pentacles again, yeah. What you are... and the Queen of Cups again. What you are manifesting is worth the wait, my loves. You know, Pentacles energy, it's always worth the wait, my loves. Using this time as well to connect to your intuition with clarity, my loves. I feel like that is really going to provide a lot of comfort to you, getting that confirmation consistently and those synchronicities consistently, that, you know, your manifestations are all on the way to you, and paying attention to those synchronicities as well, because I feel like you're receiving them already. But if you're not really paying attention to them, Nine of Cups, come on, my loves, wishes coming true for fucking sure. If you're not really paying attention to them, they can get missed. Yeah, Four of Cups. The waiting is hard, my babies, but you won't be waiting forever. So, you know, appreciating where you're at now, appreciating, you know, the resting space that you're in now, because again, my loves, when these things come to fruition, when these manifestations come to fruition, this emotional fulfillment, it does feel as though there's a lot of focus on, you know, being emotionally fulfilled as being something you're manifesting very actively, as opposed to directly, you know, relating to finances or anything else. Like it's more important for you to feel happy and to feel fulfilled and to feel safe and to feel content and to feel like the work that you've done has been worth something. That feels like where your manifestations are lying, my loves. So enjoying the journey of getting there, my loves, because you won't have that journey again. You know, once it's done, once the manifestation is received, that's fantastic. But don't you want to look back on the time it took to get to those manifestations with fondness and be like, I'm glad I didn't just wish the time away? Because you should never wish time away, my loves. The time that we have is a gift, and it should be treated as such. King of Cups energy, that's fucking gorgeous, my loves. Yeah. Staying grounded is really important, my darlings. Spending time in nature, spending time near water to stay grounded. Keep your emotions in check, my loves. Get yourself out of your head. Very important. Get yourself out of your head, my babies. Trusting your heart, listening to your heart, because your heart is being a lot louder and a lot more honest than your head is being currently. I'll tell you that much, my loves. But yeah, not wishing time away, my loves, because the time we have, we should appreciate it, we should respect it, and we should value it. And it feels like it's not a matter of, you know, time sort of passing faster, literally, when it comes to, oh, shit. Oh, I dropped something. When it comes to, you know, that sort of waiting period, if we fill it with other things, that's not what it's about. But it's like, the time is worth more. Do you know what I mean, my loves? Like it does, you know, it's not a matter of like, if you know, listen to your heart, then you're going to have your manifestation tomorrow instead of 6 months from now. That's not what it's about, my loves. It's about respecting and valuing the time that you have now, because it's exciting to get what we want. It's exciting to see what we've worked for intentionally and subconsciously. It's exciting to see the bits and pieces of that coming to reality. And I feel as though there's a lot more evidence of your manifestations coming to fruition around you than you're aware of, my darlings. So experiencing, yeah, feels like Spirit's calling on you to just experience more joy. It's like, baby, you did the hard stuff, and the hard stuff was hard stuff. And you've done it, and you've done it with grace, and you've done it with poise, and you've done it in a worthwhile way. So just rest, enjoy, have fun, stay excited, stay happy. And, you know, when it comes to you, you won't miss it, and you're going to be so grateful that it's there. But you're also going to be so grateful that, you know, the time between now and receiving it was not lost on you. Because time should never be lost, my loves. You know, we don't get that back in this lifetime. in these beautiful, fleshy, squishy vessels that we have to encompass our eternal souls. So we should make the most of it, I think. And that can be however it looks, my loves. Ooh. We have the first house, Arrival. Yeah, that's gorgeous. We have Pluto, Rebirth. Pisces, Sensitive. Yeah, a lot of Piscean energy here, my babies. And Gemini, Cross-Pollinate. Yeah, so we got Overthinking and we got a lot of mutable energy. We have Overthinking and we have Sensitivity, but also Intuition, my loves. Bottom of the deck is Saturn. Saturn, my babies, you know, it's a long fucking time, but it's always worth it, my loves. Always, always, always. I actually want to... You're the first group I'm pulling the self-care oracle for. And I thought I was going to pull this for every group to be like, you know, how can you, you know, what are you being called to do to manifest your something, something, something. But group 1 and 2 were actually very similar and were like very much actively working towards their manifestations. They just kind of, you know, needed a little insight, little reassurance, little clarity, or whatever the fuck. But it feels like you guys, yeah. So we have chanting, make a vision board. Yeah, I was seeing that. I was seeing Pinterest earlier. Connect with your womb for those of you that have a womb, or your sacral energy. So that is your creativity, your sensuality, and ground yourself as well. Confirmation, my babies, absolutely. Confirmation to ground yourself in whatever means necessary. I do feel that as though for a lot of you, water and being in nature, hikes, forest walks, trail walks, sitting in a park, etc., etc. I feel like that's very grounding for you as well. Some of you could find a lot of comfort in doing yoga, Pilates, Reiki healing, especially with like a little community, you know, if you have like a gym or a community center that does that, like being around people and, you know, actively sharing peaceful energy in that way. A vision board, I think that's a fantastic way to go about manifesting, my loves. Even though you've already actively manifested this, it's for you, it feels like a really nice way to stay excited about it, to you know, look up images of the place that you're moving to, or the job that you're going to have, or the, you know, what you would buy with the income that you're bringing in, or what your house would look like, or what your, you know, family would look like, etc., 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 whatever you're manifesting, allowing yourself to get excited with visualizing it and getting ready to welcome it is very exciting, my loves. And connecting to your creativity in whatever form that takes: drawing, scribbling, doodling, poetry, writing, singing, whatever way you like to create, but also allowing yourself to connect with your sensuality, my darlings. I feel like for some of you as well, that could help you sleep also. And I feel like that's something you're struggling with, is there's a lot of restless energy here. 3s and 33s and 8s as well, my darlings, are big numbers for you. Okay, let's pull... Oh, excuse me, little amethyst. If you feel drawn to getting some amethyst, my darlings, amethyst is wonderful. It's very clearing. It's very protective. It is the kind of catch-all stone along with clear quartz, I find. It does a lot. It does for your intuition as well. It's great for your intuition. And I do feel as though a lot of you are very intuitive. Could be Scorpios as well, or have Scorpio in your main planets, just because I keep getting a lot of that kind of overthinking, fixed water intensity energy. All right, my loves, let's pull some messages. Oh, jeez. I had it and then I lost it. Okay. Feel like some of you could be getting in the next 2 weeks an email from someone pertaining to what it is. Oh, it's Rowan making that noise. Pertaining what it is you're manifesting. Like a very I feel like a lot of you already know that what you're manifesting is happening, and that's why the waiting is so difficult. But it feels like this email that you're going to receive is very, like, it could even give you like a solidified timeline, or it could just be like a reassurance of like, okay, yes, this is happening, and it's like a tangible, like I get to look back at this as much as I want. I get to have this, and that's really fucking exciting. And yeah, something that like really confirms, you know, that you're on the right path, because it feels like, you know, those confirmations are good to have, but it's also important to remember that we've received those confirmations, because, you know, we don't want to be, you know, we don't want to need to ask the universe like again and again and again and again and again and again to show us. You know, we can ask them, they can show us in a really, really, really positive, really surefire way. And then it's important for us to remember that, so we don't, you know, we're not like, can you show me again? Because like, you know, we got to appreciate as we're given, my babies. We got to have gratitude for as we're shown. That's very important. The name Roseanne, Roxanne, Katie, Clifford, Lutva, Tuk, I'm hearing, Farouk, Peta, Troy, Azra, Aria, Xander, Michael, Liam, Lainey, Tate, Alex, Alexander, Alessandra, Alessa, Vincent, Zaya, Zanib, I feel like some of you could be moving to Peru. Some of you could be moving to Mexico or out of. Some of you could be moving to Toronto. Some of you could be moving to Vermont, I'm hearing specifically. Taiwan, Tokyo, Nepal. Tasmania. I keep seeing kept, keeps coming up, kept. And I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to tell me with kept. Named Caitlin as well. Bilal. Kept. It feels like for kept, it feels like something very, like, you know, when you have something like special to you when you're a child, and then you kind of, you get a bit older and you forget about it, and then it's like when you're older you talk about it with your parents, and you're like, oh, I remember this stuffed animal, or I remember this toy, or this like sweater I had, blah 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 blah, that I like loved, and I wish I still had it. And then your mom like whips it out and she's like, ah, I kept it, and you get to like reminisce with it. That's what this manifestation feels like. Some of you, this could be something that you've been wishing for like a very long time. Some of you even since childhood. Some of you your entire fucking lives. And it's something that like in your adulthood you almost like forgot. You know, you almost like forgot that you wanted, and then you sort of remembered, and it's like now it's very attainable, and now it's very much something that you want to have, and it's very much something you're being shown that you will have. And it's like the universe is like picking up from where you left off. It's like, no, we didn't forget. Everything up until this point that you've experienced, that you've gone through, that you've chosen, etc., 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 has led you to this point, has led you to this manifestation. And it feels like that's kind of what this means, is like everything sort of falls in line and makes sense. Like the things you've gone through, the things that you have experienced, you know, things that have come up that at the time you're like, why would I have to go through this? It's sort of like everything sort of has a new sense of clarity, or at least very recently has as well. And it's very much a confirmation from the universe being like, no, we know what you wanted, baby. We got you. We took care of you. Is there anything else, my loves? Oh, they give me a shiver and they tell me no. And I have a giant wrist crack. It's very cracky today. I think it's because it's rainy and flashback to the OG Rosebloom story time. Where I talked about why my wrist cracks so much. I think it has like a bit of arthritis in it, because I'm old, and so so when it gets like rainy or damp, plumbing, when it gets rainy or damp, it gets very, very creakety crackety. Sorry if you can hear loud noises in the background. I'm having somebody work on like 7 different plumbing things in my house today, so. I have to talk during this time. I just totally zoned out. I was like, I like sorting things. I hope that you enjoyed that, my loves. If you did, please feel free to leave a comment and let me know. Love talking to you. I love hearing from you. If the reading resonated, my energy resonated, please subscribe if you feel called to do so. All of my links for Patreon with the extended readings, exclusive monthly readings, 18+ readings, monthly forecasts, my Instagram, my Etsy store, and my email for more information on private readings are down in the description box below. Thank you so much for being here with me, my darlings. I am very grateful to you, very excited for you, for what is to come, and I love you very, very much. Bye. Hello, 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 my loves. Last but certainly not least, my loves. If you picked this card, Frog Luck, that is a very sexy energy to have when we were talking about manifestations, my love. Someone just pulled into my driveway by my house going bananas. That was like some fucking Tokyo Drift level shit. Okay, so we have Frog Luck, we have 4 of Swords, and we have the 2 of Pentacles. Okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. Okay, so I initially took this as rest, but what it actually feels like is like more so about spirit. I feel like you guys don't even necessarily know what it is that you want to fully manifest. It feels like you can't quite decide. It feels like you kind of go back and forth on it. You're like, I want this, and then you're like, do I? Am I manifesting in the right way? What if it comes up in a way that like I don't want it to come up in? What the fuck was that? Oh, it was my phone. It feels like it feels like, yeah, so it's like spirit's calling on you right now to be like, okay, just pause, just take a minute, just relax. What is your heart telling you that you want, my loves? And it feels like very much so when you decide what that is, it happens instantly. Like instantly. Like fast enough to make people jealous, my loves. We have Clear Endeavor and we have Pause. Okay, yeah, so fucking this same fucking shit over here. So it feels very much like when you decide on this, when you figure this out, but you do have to get to the point where you have figured this out, my loves, and it feels like you're kind of either just before this sort of figuring out period, or you're smack dab in the middle of it. And maybe this reading you came upon because you were like, I would like clarity, please. I would like clarity on what I'm supposed to want. And that's not for me to tell you, my loves. I'm not here to tell you what you're supposed to want. You know what you're supposed to want, my loves. You know what you actually want. It's not a matter of suppose or not suppose. It's a matter of you knowing what it is that you want. And if you're not there yet, you're going to get there, my loves, you know, because things that we actively want, things that we are manifesting, especially when it comes to this, where it's like, when you figure it out, my loves, it's instant. That is a matter of knowing what you want, but also knowing what you're meant to be having and receiving it, my loves. And that's very different. That's very different from just wanting something for the sake of wanting it. And it doesn't feel like that's your style, my loves. You feel much more intentional than that, babies. Okay, let's pull pull some Quantum Oracle. This is very interesting. We haven't gotten any messages like this thus far. I am feeling very much like some of you feel very tired, feel very drained, and it's like I just want things to be better. I just want things to be easier. I just want things to improve. I don't know how I want that to come about. I don't know, you know, how realistically that would even happen. I just know what I wanted. And it's like Spirit being like, baby, we'll get there together, you know, don't worry. It feels like things, you know, have improved, at least in the form of calming down, and have improved in the form of, you know, not being so intense, not being so constant. Yeah, we have peace, my baby. So it's like right now is just about, you know, just enjoying the quiet, enjoying the peace. And it feels like you guys have come out of some, you know, pretty heavy, like pretty heavily conflicting or combative situations in your personal lives. You could have left like, yeah, very difficult jobs. You could have left very difficult relationships. You could have left like difficult home lives. And it feels like I put the baby upside down. Oh no. It feels so sorry, baby. It feels like you know, it's like it's enough to be out of that situation right now, you know, my loves. And I feel like a lot of you come from circumstances or backgrounds where it's like, no, it's never enough. Nothing is ever enough. We need more. Okay, that's done. What's next? And it's like the universe is really calling you to be like, my baby, my darling, my sweetest love, you have been through enough. You have done enough. You can relax for just a moment. You don't need to be so proactive. It feels like, you know, right now is the opportunity for you to kind of sort through the things that you need to sort through. Thank you, my loves. And, you know, deal with the situations and the circumstances that you need to deal with and get through it to the other side. You know what I mean, my loves? And you know, sort of let the dust settle, I'm hearing. And then you can decide what you want your new life to look like. Because, I mean, we have new beginnings here, my babies. We have peace, status quo, decrease, stuck energy, present power, new beginnings, and discovery. So it feels like you're definitely going to have, you know, this row of stuff, discovery, present power, and new beginnings. But it's like, it's okay right now to be in this phase, to be, you know, in peace, to see, you know, even if you can't see clearly what it is you're going towards, to see that there's more on the horizon for you and that you have a clear path to getting there. But it's okay that you're like, I'm tired. And you feel tired, my babies. You feel tired. It feels like you just want to sit down. Like, it's like, you know, being on like a fucking trail and being like, okay, I know I only have like fucking 2 kilometers left to walk, but like I'm tired. And it's okay to sit and catch your breath and take a break, even though you're like, it's only 2 kilometers. I could just push through it and get through it, and then it would be done. And it's like, yeah, but you're tired. So just sit for a minute, my loves. It's okay. It's okay. You're allowed to sit. You have nothing to prove to anybody. You don't owe anyone anything. You are not a disappointment because you are listening to what you need, my loves. And that is not a disappointing way to be. Quite the fucking contrary, actually. We have the Knight of Swords. We have the Knight of Wands. We have the Empress. This is gorgeous. We have Strength. Yeah, my babies. Remember your power, my loves. And we have the Two of Swords. Yeah. So the Two of Swords in this circumstance is coming out to me as like the illusion that you need to make a decision. And instead, we're in the Hierophant energy, my loves, where it's like, let's just take it step by step. Let's trust that, you know, we're going to sort of follow the path that we're meant to follow. And, you know, maybe it's not instant and maybe it's not what we've been taught we're meant to be doing, but maybe it's more important that it feels right to us. And we have 2 knights here, my baby. So you are going to be taking action when it feels right. But the fact that right now taking action in any form, let alone manifestation, feels like pulling teeth is a pretty good indicator that right now you're not meant to take action. And that can be a form of action in itself. Not taking action can also be a very strong form of self-love, my darlings. You've been through a fucking gauntlet, my babies. You've been through it. You have. I get why you're tired. I get why you're exhausted. And I get that it's like a deep fucking bone level sort of exhaustion. And it's okay that you don't feel ready for what's next. Even if you can see it, even if you plausibly know that if you pushed yourself, if you fucking army crawled your way to it, you would get there. It's okay that it's not happening tomorrow, my darlings, because it doesn't fucking need to, right? It's going to happen when it's supposed to happen. It's going to happen when you're ready for it. And I feel like it's more important for you to allow yourselves to rest right now. And, you know, when you feel better, when you feel able, fucking, I mean, this swords and wands energy, my babies, that is fucking going for it. So when you feel ready, when you feel rested, you're going to go for it very quickly. You're going, oh, I'm rolling away. You're going, that was spirit being like, zoom, and you're going, you're going to achieve it, but it's not meant to happen right now, my babies. And, you know, it feels like, oh, another helicopter. There's a lot of helicopters happening today. We have show the world the real you, full moon in Aquarius. Don't let pride get in your way, full moon in Leo. And meditate and contemplate, new moon in Pisces. Yes. So it feels like right now you're in a state of self-discovery. And there's enough energetic shift in the phase of self-discovery that you don't actively need to manifest otherwise right now, my darlings, you know, because you've been through the tower moment, you know, the things that were not meant to stay in your life have crumbled, have fallen, have been removed. And that transformative period is uncomfortable, and it is difficult, and it is heavy, and it is intense, and it is unsettling. But then we're left with what's solid and strong and stable and what we can build on. And so right now it's like, okay, like it's like anything, when you've been through any sort of difficult, tumultuous thing, like you just need to catch your breath for a second, my loves. And it feels like the universe is being like, tell them to fucking give themselves permission to do that. And I'm like, I'm trying. But yeah, you have full permission to do that, my babies, because on the other side of it, you are going to create your fucking dream life. Anything that you want, my babies, is going to come to you instantly. And that is a different timeline for each of you, my darlings. Some of you could be ready for that in 4 months. Some of you could be ready for that next week. Some of you could be ready for that 3 years down the line, my babies. But there is no right or wrong timeline, despite the differences in the timeline. You know, there's no right or wrong way to go about it. And it feels like you're not meant to, my babies. You're really not meant to. I feel like you're meant to give yourselves appreciation right now. You're meant to recognize how far it is that you've come. And then, I'm rolling away again. And then as things settle, as things, you know, as you feel more at peace, as you really allow yourself to breathe and I am rolling away so far and exist. My butt is like 2 feet back from me right now, and exist in, there we go, and exist in the space that you're in, the newfound space, because you have created a space that feels as though you can finally breathe, my loves. Feels as though you can finally exhale in it. And that's wonderful. That's exciting to create a space where you feel safe and secure and complete and able to exist in a state of peace. That's huge. That's not worth nothing, my darlings. That's worth fucking everything. And so the fact that you have brought yourself to this place, it means a lot, my babies. Honestly, it means a lot. And it's like, just enjoy that space for a moment or two. You know, we don't need to rush to the next thing, because this space that you've created eventually will be full of your manifestations. Empress energy, Chariot energy, my babies. You are going towards a life that you are going to create, and you will create it, and it will be created from a place of love and abundance. And so because of that, it will be perfect in the way that it exists. However, we don't need to rush that, my loves, and we don't even need to have that figured out just yet. You know, my babies, like we can get there, and it feels like things will unfold in a very natural way. You know, my loves, after you've given yourselves a period of rest and a period of relaxation, it's going to be a matter of like, oh, I would really like it if, you know, things looked this way, or if I had this, or if, you know, I think I'd really like to do this for work. And it's like, bam, it's happening. You know, I'd really like to, you know, go back to school, and it's like, bam, here's a course that perfectly fits with your current schedule, you know, so you're not overwhelmed. And it's like, everything is going to fall in line in due time, my babies. You don't need to worry about that. And then you're going to manifest things from your heart for your best interest, and it's going to be magnificent, my loves, because you deserve that. And it's going to happen for you. Yeah, King of Wands energy, my babies. You're going to know when it's time for you to take action. And the fact that you feel like you can't right now, despite how a lot of you feel like you should, that is very much in your head energy, my babies, but your body and your heart are telling you otherwise. It's a good signifier that you're not meant to take action right now, my loves. I do feel for a lot of you that one of the first things that you manifest once you're ready is a very strong, very supportive, very authentic connection. Some of you that is romantic, others of you that is just a friend, others of you that is rekindling with a family member, a good family member. We're not doing toxic energy here, my babies, not in this new space you've created. And I feel like that's one of the first things that comes to be very quickly. And it feels like through that person, you know, that's kind of why your other manifestations are able to fall in line, because you have this person who encourages you and who believes in you and who supports you. And it's so nice and so refreshing to have this protective, loving energy towards you, because I feel like that's something a lot of you have been lacking. And you deserve it, my loves. You are wonderful. You are so sweet. You are so marvelous. So to have this connection come your way, where it's a person who sees you, who loves you, who values you, and who believes in you. We have the Three of Cups. Absolutely, my loves. It's all about connection. Could be two people that, you know, and you have a beautiful little supportive, loving circle. But it's like, okay, you know, I believe in myself now, and then you have other people that believe in you as well. Bottom of the deck is Magician energy. Beautiful, my babies. And it's like, okay, this is all in perfect timing, and it feels like that's your signifier that like you're ready to start manifesting. Is like you're like, okay, I'm glad I took that time to wait, and now it's a call to action. And there's no correct timeline for this, my babies, because we have the King of Wands. That's fast, that is action, that is going for it. But we also have the King of Pentacles, and the King of Pentacles, that's a long road, my babies. That is a long road, but that is a worthwhile road. And when what the King of Pentacles has worked towards comes to fruition, it's forever, and it's massively abundant. So it's like you don't need to rush to your King of Wands energy. You know, you don't need to rush towards, you know, action if you don't feel ready for it, because that time will come, my babies. But it's okay to be here as well. It's okay to be your King of Pentacles, because no matter what, my darlings, no matter what it is that you want, very much wants you as well, my loves. And it's going to happen for you in a much better and much faster way than you could ever imagine. But it's a matter of your own readiness, my darlings, and you know, allowing yourself the space to heal and to replenish and to rest as you see fit. We have conjunction alliance. Yeah, so that's very much it feels like a lot of you, the primary manifestation, something that you've been working towards for like years, something that you've been asking for years, has been a true and authentic soul family. People that love you, people that value you, people that recognize you and respect you and appreciate you, people that, you know, bring goodness into your life, people that add to your life in a very positive way is what you've been attracting. And it feels like that will happen, my darlings. And you're not on your own right now, my babies. This is just a resting period. This is just a little cocoon phase. You know, you've been through a lot. Yeah, 11th house community. Oh, my babies. There is so much love coming your way, my darling. So much fucking love coming your way. It's beautiful. Some of you could, after your little respite period, little resting period, some of you could, Mercury messages, could like join a community in an interest you have, art community, spiritual community, fitness community, cooking community, whatever it is that you know you're called to, and you could make very, 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 it feels like lifelong bonds that you make through this endeavor, my babies. And we have Scorpio investigate. Yeah, so very transformative energy here, my babies, very much so. But you're going to have the connections that you have always wanted, my darlings, the connections that you're deserving of. And bottom of the deck is Sun source, but Sun is also abundance, my babies. Sun is everything. Every hope and wish that you have, energy is put into, and it comes to fruition, my babies. And that's what it really feels like. But it does feel as though definitely there is a focus on what you're currently manifesting, even unknowingly. The first thing that comes to pass when you are ready to receive it is your community and is your people. You know, not just a large group of people that you feel comfortable in. Yes, for a lot of you that as well, but true authentic connection. You know, people who visit you, who call you up, who invite you out, who remember things about you, who care about you, who are invested in you and your life, who do not, you know, take away from you in any form, and instead only give to you in the way that you give to them, you know, filling each other's cups and all that beautiful stuff, my babies. But it's a really beautiful connection. Really, really beautiful. Some of you could start talking to these people through comments or through DMs as well, but it definitely feels as though there's a mutual kind of community or group or area of the internet or wherever, or it could be, you know, your community as well. Some of you I'm seeing library, some of you I'm seeing, you know, extracurricular groups in universities or something like that, or like even I know some workplaces have like, oh, what are they called, like, I don't know what, like staff association type things where they like plan like fun stuff, or like plan like the potluck barbecues and so on and what have you. Something to do with that. So it doesn't have to just be online, although with the 11th house, with the Aquarius house, I do see that primarily as being online. Mercury as well is very technological. But it doesn't have to be, my darlings. It, you know, take it as it fits. But it does feel like your community is very much finding its way to you, my babies. And it's like all you have to do is just give yourself a break, my loves, because it doesn't feel as though you've gotten a lot of breaks in your life. Doesn't feel as though you've had a lot of permission to have breaks in your life. And it's like, now it's your choice. You know, now it's up to you to give yourself permission to take those breaks. And it's very much okay to give yourself permission to take those breaks, my loves. Let's pull some messages with the letters, my darlings. See what, oh, yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure. I think we pulled everything we need to pull. Do I want to? No, one of the groups I pulled the self-care oracle, but I feel like it was pretty clear in this reading with all the cards that came up about like rest and peace and all that, about like what you're being called to do. Some of you, I am hearing iron, like you, excuse you, like you might need to work on your iron levels, or perhaps your iron levels are something that you're like working on improving. And if you have low iron levels, it would make a lot of sense why your body feels very much like it needs to like rest and replenish itself, because it's like, okay, there's a lot, excuse you, there's a lot that's, you know, going on. There's a lot we don't have energy for. So very much listening to your body. I'm seeing nurture as well, and nutrients. So if you are lacking in energy, maybe, you know, looking into what vitamins might help you feel better, or just, I feel like a lot of you don't eat at like regular times, or you don't, like, some of you might even, you know, work kind of weird hours, or work for like a international company, or a company in a different time zone than you are. So you eat at like silly times, or you forget to eat, and just, you know, making sure that you're taking care of your body in that way. and giving your body everything that it needs, my loves, because your body loves you. It wants to take care of you. You have to allow it the opportunity to do so. Some of you are very stressed out. Some of you are very stressed out to the point where you're getting like physical sensations pertaining to that stress. And so some of you I feel would benefit from counseling. Some of you are actively in counseling. Fantastic, my loves. That's wonderful. But it definitely feels as though for those of you who aren't like proactively working on getting rid of your stress, something needs to be done there. That could be, you know, physical activity. It does feel as though it's something like quite intense. Like something like physically intense that you're being called to do. But counseling, I feel for a lot of you, if you're not in that, would definitely benefit from that as well, my darlings. There's a lot to clear out, very much so. I'm hearing De Niro and Tarantino. So some of you could be very into like movies, or like especially like kind of older movies, you know, from like the, you know, decades past kind of a thing. Some of you could be interested in film. Some of you could want to go back to school, like, you know, for screenwriting or filmmaking or studying film. Some of you could have, like, this is a very niche message, but some of you could have like a list of films that, like, you know, it's like, when I have the time, these are ones I'm gonna watch. And a lot of them feel like old, like more classically famous, you know, films. And it feels like that's part of like the rest period, is like, watch 1 or 2 of those a day. Like, who fucking cares? Enjoy yourself, my love. We have rest again. So yeah, spirit being like, make sure, because it feels like you are quite stubborn in that regard, my loves. Hearing the name Quentin quite clearly. Quentin, Rio, Ryan, Tessa, Reese, Nada as well. Iran as well. I'm hearing New York quite clearly, like New York City. It could be. Could be that some of you join like a group or do something with your work, maybe like have like conference or something in relation to your work in like a big city, kind of like New York. And it's like, it's like going there, or like you have like a, you know, a group, a community that you've joined and travel to New York for some reason, or some place like New York, a busy bustling place like New York. Some of you, it could be London as well, and or Toronto. And it feels like for some of you that could be where like you sort of like start the bond with your new little soul family or soul person, is on this trip. You know, maybe it's somebody who you've never like spoken to before, or somebody that you've like never really kind of had the opportunity to get to know, but then you're in this circumstance where you can connect with them and you're like, oh, I really like you, kind of a thing. You know what I mean, my loves? Some of you... okay, this is... No, I'm not, no, we're not doing that. I don't know. It's... Some messages that come through, I'm like, it should be for Patreon, but then I do it anyway. But some of them come through and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I could not fathom a way to convey that in a way that YouTube wouldn't knock me in the back of the head with a frying pan with, unless I just spelled out every single word I was saying. And even then, the alarms would blare, I feel. But some of you need to really relax and reconnect with yourselves more, we'll say. Also, some of you I'm hearing need to watch less like news, or read less in the news for a bit. I feel like it really like stirs up your anxieties. You know, sometimes shitty things are happening, and you know, it's important to be aware and realistic about, you know, the state of the world, but sometimes it's just, it's too much, baby. Sometimes it's okay to like step back from a little bit, because there are a lot of things that are beyond our control, and sometimes we just get ourselves into a tizzy about it, my darlings. Is there anything else, my loves? Ooh, they give me a shiver, and they tell me no. You are a bunch of sweethearts, my loves. You are absolute fucking sweethearts. I hope that you enjoyed that, my darlings. I hope that it provided clarity for you. If you did, and if it did, please feel free to leave a comment. I love hearing from you. I do love talking to you. If the reading resonated, my darlings, my energy resonated, please feel free to subscribe. All of my links for Patreon, the extended 18+ readings, exclusive readings every month, and monthly forecasts, so on and so forth. My Instagram, my Etsy store, my email for more information on private readings are down below in the description box. Is there anything else? I always feel like there's more to say between there and here, and I'm never correct, but who knows? It's what I'm feeling. But yeah, I hope that you enjoy your rest, my darlings, and I hope that you know that wonderful things are coming your way. And I'm really grateful to you for being here with me. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And I love you very, very, very much. Bye. Hello. Hello, hello, my loves. So something very weird just happened. It's not very weird. I mean, it's me. Weird things happen around me all the time. You can't keep up with these things. I'm actually finished the reading. You can probably tell. A lot of people can like tell based on like the state of the candle, where I'm at in terms of readings. Yeah, I'm done the reading, but Spirit was like, why don't you pull some cards and keep talking? And I was like, pardon me? And so I have no idea why, but I felt this as well when I was doing Rosebloom Storytime. So this is Rosebloom Storytime Part 2, my babies. How you doing? Where I was like, I feel like there's more to say. I feel like there's more to talk about. And I couldn't think of anything to talk about. And my finger. I forgot to put a Band-Aid on. I was making butter chicken the other day and I was not paying attention. I have a window in my kitchen and it was a really good sunset. So I was cutting up chicken and I was like, I can do this. Like, how hard is it to cut chicken while looking at a sunset? And I just rocked my shit. And so shuffling is very painful, but I forgot to put a Band-Aid on. It's fine. We get through it. But yeah, I don't know. They were like, yeah, just shuffle some cards, see what comes through and like do some talking. So I don't know why, but we're here and I'm happy to talk to you. And funnily enough, talking about my finger, I won't show you because it's not super gross. It's healed quite a bit. And funnily enough, that's the finger that I have like quite a big scar on. And now I have two and they make a fun like lightning bolt shape. So I'm like, if E.T. and Harry Potter had a baby. Oh no. No, I'm not. No, I don't want to be like that. I don't want that. I don't want that for me. I don't like that. I don't like that I said that. But it reminded me of a very funny message that I got this was quite a while back, and I kept like being like, oh, I should talk about this, it's pretty funny, but I ended up getting distracted and didn't talk about it, and which is fine because I feel like the messages kind of, it's much like doing readings, like the messages that come up, for Rosebloom Storytime, or the things that I remember people saying or talking about, I feel like come up when they're supposed to very much, so I can like jump back and forth from like, like I can receive a message 5 minutes before I start filming a Rosebloom Storytime, and then in another Rosebloom Storytime I can talk about a message that I received fucking weeks ago. And it feels like, yeah, that's funny. But this was a message that I received quite a while back, and it was somebody who got quite upset with me. Not genuinely, but like in the way that some of you beautiful people get upset with me when I get something right, but in like a very, like, in a way that like you guys don't expect, which is how I like to do things. And I talk about this with a few of you because some of you are like, some of the messages that come through are like so alarmingly specific, which is a huge compliment, my loves. I have to be sincere when you guys tell me like the silly little niche messages, like when I smell like a certain food cooking and you guys are like, oh, I just made that, or when I talk, or when I like get a song stuck in my head and you're like, oh, that's my favorite childhood song, or blah 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 blah. that means everything, because what is my phone doing? When I 2:22 on the clock, my babies. When I developed my intuition, I had massive imposter syndrome. And imposter syndrome in relation to intuition is difficult because this isn't a tangible thing. You know, this isn't me creating an art piece that people can see and that I can see and be like, oh, that's objectively quite accurate to what I was attempting to portray. This isn't that. So to have imposter syndrome in relation to something that, you know, people can't validate in that kind of way, it's difficult. So it was very much, you know, to prove the accuracy and authenticity of what I could do to myself as much as to others. I was like, I need to be as specific as possible, and not to drag anyone's intuition, because intuition is very individual, my loves. But something that would really kind of bother me is when I would get intuitive insight. And I know this, like, you know, some like readings on YouTube are general readings, my baby. So the messages are going to be more general than a personal reading, of course. But something that would always kind of aggravate me is when people got too general, you know, when people got, you know, it's like you're going to meet somebody in a year. Who am I going to meet? Where are they? Where are they? Where am I going to meet them? What are we going to do? What do they look like? What are they like? You know what I mean? Or you're going to change a job in a year. Okay. Why? What's the new job? Where is it? You know what I mean? So because I, one, appreciated more detail, and two, plane flying overhead, my loves, excuse me, and two, you know, wanted to give a lot of detail because, you know, it validated me to myself when people were like, oh, this specific thing is, you know, accurate. It meant more than if, like, I said something general and someone was like, oh yeah, that's accurate. I'm like, but is it? Because that could mean anything. So it's just, you know, it developed into my own kind of style of reading where I am accidentally, on purpose, very specific, and it gets to who it's meant to get to. I'm very grateful for that. But it can show up in all forms, and, you know, I do not decide the messages that come through, my babies. I do not decide what spirit shows me, but I will say, and I'm sure a lot of you already know this, the messages that come through on occasion can be pretty fucking debauched. They can be a little bit wretched. And I think that's just a matter of the fact that I'm very comfortable talking about that kind of thing, but also very much enjoy that kind of thing, and think that kind of thing is something that should be talked about and appreciated more openly for those who are, you know, comfortable with it. And I feel as though if you're here, you are, because some of the fucking shit I say, I can't imagine you would be uncomfortable with it. Or why would you make yourself go through what I have to offer, my babies? And so it feels like, you know, sometimes the messages that come through in today's reading even, but especially in the last reading I posted, which was, if I'm not mistaken, your next date. And there were some messages in that reading. I mean, the moon was in Libra, my babies. There were some messages in that reading that I was like, fucking uh-oh. And I was very confident that YouTube was gonna fucking bonk the shit out of me and be like, no, absolutely not, you debauched cretin. And I was like, you know what? But we got through it. And I remember, actually, as I was posting that, I was filming some of the Patreon readings, because I had like 4 readings, 5 actually, but 4. Hi, beautiful girl. Hello, pretty lady. I had like the 12-hour filming I was doing, and so like between some of them, I was just like shooting the shit while I was trying to like regain my energy, revitalize myself with several large things of caffeine. And so part of it was me like getting notifications on my phone and being like, oh, did the video post? And it took, I think it took 7 hours for the checks to go through on that video, because they kept having to go through. And then it was like, oh, 3 restrictions found. And then it would go through a few more hours. It'd be like 2 restrictions found. And then it would go through a few more hours. And I was like, 1 restriction found. And I was like, I'm sorry. But it got through some fucking how. It got through. But some of the messages, that's beautiful, my babies. Some of the messages that come through are specific to confirm that, you know, these messages are for you, to confirm that, you know, you're at your pile. But sometimes they come through in quite, you know, a filthy way. And some of those messages can pertain to people's kinks. That's nice, baby. That's nice, baby. And I don't realize it usually when I'm channeling, because when I'm channeling, the messages that come through just come through. And it's funny because that happened. I keep talking about Patreon. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be like self-promo-y. I feel like if you're drawn to the Patreon, you're going to find the Patreon. But something funny that happened was I was doing an 18+ reading on Patreon, and I can't remember. I think the reading was like your next, it was either your next intimate relationship or like their late night thoughts of you, kind of a thing. And the message that came through was, you know, a very specific, very kind of flirtatious phrase that, you know, this person was saying, that they said like verbatim. And I just, because I was channeling, I was just like, oh, and then they tell you this. But then like 10 seconds later, it like hit on a conscious level, and it was so gorgeous and depraved that I actually, for like 6 full minutes, lost my mind. Like I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like it took me somewhere. Like I needed to collect myself. I was going through it in real time, my babies. But that's very much like how the messages come through. Like I don't usually hear what I say, which is probably very obvious in the way that I speak, because it's like, why would she say half the shit that she says? It's because I don't hear it, my babies. But it feels like, what else are we doing? So sometimes like I know, you know, like some of the most recent ones here have been like pertaining to breath play, or like I know the daddy kink one that came up a few readings ago sent some people, I got some DMs about that one where people were like, how fucking dare you, in the light of day, in front of me, on the year 20 something of our Lord. And I was like, baby, I don't think you'd be this angry if it didn't resonate. And they're like, I mean, yes, it did, but how dare you? And it's like, and that's funny to me. That's very funny to me. But sometimes people get very like shocked with the casual nature with which I bring up like those kinds of things. And it's just, I mean, people be fucking, you know what I mean? Rowan snorts in the background. So true, babe. And it just, it's like, it's not an embarrassing thing, you know. If it's something you enjoy, then that's great, you know. If it's meant to get to you, it's gonna get to you, my babies. You don't need to be embarrassed about it. If it's something you enjoy, you're not hurting anybody for it, you know, my loves. But it's just funny because it's something that will always get like a very like shocked reaction out of people, and that's kind of always something that has happened, is like I'll, you know, even in private readings for people that I'll do, like some messages that come up, people are like, well, how can you see that? And it's like, baby, I can see it all, you know, kind of a thing. And it's like, it's like, if it's meant to come through, it's meant to come through as confirmation for you, my babies, or because it's a message that's meant to come through for you. And you know, sometimes that message pertains to some nasty kinks we have, and there's nothing wrong with that, my loves. You know, let's bond over it. Let's bond over bondage, you know what I mean? And so if But on the topic of, this is all very good energy here, my babies. If you're paying attention to these, there's some very good messages coming through. Something funny that someone had messaged me about was because I had said, like, I had made stupid jokes on occasion about you know, like being able to tolerate pain, and which is true. And I feel like the Rosebloom story times I've told will attest to that fact, and so on and so forth. And that's what, oh, and that's what they were messaging me about. They were messaging me about, I think it was around the time that I had spoken about like the best and the worst date that I had been on. And I had spoken about, you know, the worst date that I was on was with this dude. He was just, we weren't compatible. And 1221, my babies, it's good, it's nice. And he had been, you know, drinking too much, and he was getting scrappy and confrontational, and he wasn't, yeah, he was just, yeah, it's fine. Anyway, and then he ended up dropping it when we were outside. He dropped the beer bottle, and when a beer bottle drops and explodes, it's like fucking shrapnel. It just goes like everywhere. And okay, yes. And one of the pieces of glass, I was wearing these shoes where like the top of my foot was exposed, and one of the pieces of glass had cut my foot. And I was like, oh, that sucks. And also the first ever Rosebloom story time, the go-kart, driving the go-kart drunkenly into the cement wall. And they were like, how did you survive those things? They were like, and you didn't even talk about them being like painful. Like you just were like, oh yeah, I just got up out of the go-kart, or, you know, I would just like angrily let this person like bandage up my foot after it had sliced open, and blah, blah, blah. And it was funny because they had brought up, they're like, so you were right when you like very casually mentioned that you have like a very, very high pain tolerance. And it's true. I do have a very high pain tolerance. And I didn't, it's not something that I ever really like consciously thought about until that moment. Oh, fuck me. Okay, I want it. Thank you. It's an interesting combination of words. Tee. But like it is true, and I think it's just, I don't know. I think it's one of those things. I just like, I don't know. I've always had a very, very high pain tolerance. I've never, like, nobody likes well, no, that's not true. There are people who very much like being in pain. Babies, there's a theme here, my loves. We got something going on. Somebody's got something going on. And I view pain very much as like something that if it's happening, you just get through it. You know what I mean? Because it's happening. You're in pain. You just go through it. You know, you just get to the other side of it. Like there's nothing you can do in that moment to get rid of it. So you just go through it. And I feel like that very much pertains to like every aspect of my life. Like if I don't have control over it, if I can't actively get out of it, I just go through it. And that could pertain to having two older brothers who used to treat me like a living doll and put me in like a laundry hamper, or not even a laundry hamper, excuse me, that would have been much safer, a laundry basket, and send me flying down our basement stairs into a cement wall, which was a theme in my life, apparently, these cement walls. Or, you know, like I remember my oldest brother, who's about a decade older than me, and he's like very, like he has like fucking pit bull energy. Like he's very loving, he's very sweet, but he's also like much stronger than he realizes, always has been. He's built like a fucking brick shit house, and so like would try and be playful and fun, but would end up being like very destructive. And he used to take me, and we had like an archway into our living room, and he would stand at the archway, and in the living room about 3 meters away, was our sofa, and he would just send me fucking flying across the room. And I thought this, like when I was like 4, I was like, this is the best game ever. But he would send me flying, and sometimes I would land on the couch, and I gotta be honest, my babies, more often than not I would not. Sometimes I would like splat against the wall like a fly. Sometimes I would like hit the couch, but the ricochet would be too strong and I'd end up on the floor. So maybe that, you know, prepared me for just being like, just sometimes you experience things that hurt and you get over it. Maybe that pertained too to my brothers never wanting to get in trouble. So I remember one of my middle brother's favorite stories is actually the laundry basket story, where they sent me flying down the stairs to see if I could like make it all the way down. I didn't. I think I went down 3 stairs in the laundry basket and then flipped out of the laundry basket and went down the rest of the way. And my mom was working, so it was just my dad, who was home watching TV while we were being children. And I don't remember this happening, probably because I got a concussion from it. One of many. We don't worry about it, my loves. But they sent me flying down in this laundry basket, and I fell out of it, and my brothers heard me land, but I didn't make a sound, and they were like, oh no. Like, oh no. And then, because they were so afraid, when I got up and they were like, are you okay? Then I was like, no. Like, I thought I was, but I guess not. So I started like screaming. So my middle brother, I remember, like put his hand like over my mouth and was like, shh, no, shh, stop, shh, no, stop. And it was that thing, you know, when you have siblings and it's like, okay, I hurt you, don't tell on me, you can hurt me back. It was that kind of a thing. But I didn't want to, because that's mean. And my dad yelled down, he's like, what's going on? And my oldest brother was like, nothing, she's okay. And my middle brother like had me in like like he was kidnapping me. He had me like under his arm and had his hand like over my mouth, and he was like, shh, stop, you're okay, nothing's wrong, it's okay. And yeah, so I think I just learned from that I was like, oh, if I'm in pain, it's fine. I won't be in time, don't know when, but it's fine. So when I have like instances where I drunkenly drive a go-kart into a cement wall and everyone's like, are you alive? I'm like, I guess. Can I go home? I won't sue you, I promise. Can I just leave? You get through it. And I didn't realize like how prevalent that was in my personality until I started like making silly jokes on YouTube and telling stories that I thought would be silly and entertaining in some respect to people who wanted to hear the stories. But I didn't realize how much of those stories correlated to me like going through really fucking dastardly situations and being like, yeah, it was just, I mean, it was fine. And but I mean, that really only pertains to like telling the fun ones, I suppose, you know. But like, even so, yeah, but it was funny. It was funny. I just remembered that, and it was like, yeah. And some people have tried very much to bond with me over the pain thing. It's like, oh, you're like me, you sound like you can handle a lot of pain. And it's like, what what are we talking about right now? What are we creating a community over? But yeah, I don't know. It's just funny. I think it's really funny, and I'm very glad that you guys are so. I mean, I'm very big on the fact that like we invite the energy that, you know, we're meant to have around us, and I think that's very telling in our little Rosebuds community, is that there's so much like camaraderie and similarity between like the things that we talk about and say and that I talk about, and you know, the things that are discussed in the comments, and the sort of like, you know, especially when it comes to like things like that, like, you know, daddy kinks that come up, or breath play kinks, or wax play, or whatever the fuck other kind of shit, or spanking or anything, and people are like, I didn't come into a career reading for that information. And I was like, maybe it came out, so somebody needed it. And then there's like bonding in the comments over people being like, oh yeah, no, that resonated, but that was really weird that came out. And I just think it's fun. I just think it's cute. I really enjoy it. What time are we at? Oh yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine. But I do, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what spirit wanted to come through with that. I guess somebody just, I don't know. Sometimes I find I'll get messages from people, like because sometimes the Rosebloom story time, I feel like this will be one of them, can get like quite long. Like sometimes I'm fucking shocked at how long I have rambled for, because that's just very true. I talk a lot. And sometimes it can be like an hour. Sometimes I think there was one that was like over an hour, and I was like, baby, what are you doing? What do you think this is? This isn't your monologue. It is now, baby. And sometimes I'll get messages like on those longer ones where people, will DM me on Instagram or something. Only that people can't reach me elsewhere if they want to talk to me privately. Or emails. People email me too sometimes, and that's really cute because that always reminds me of like pen pals. And people will, sometimes send very sweet messages that are very grateful. And it's like, I needed that. Like I needed the, Rosebloom Storytime started half because someone had asked me to sort of elaborate on a story that I had shared, because I do that sometimes. Sometimes little bits and pieces will come up in readings, and some situation will come up, and to like explain what I'm seeing better, because sometimes I worry that you guys might not understand what I'm trying to convey fully, because I talk like an idiot. So 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 I'll try and like relate it to like, oh, this experience I had, and I didn't realize how many of the experiences I've had in my life sound like something from a fucking SpongeBob cartoon, until from fucking Ed and Eddie, until like I think it was Spring was the first person who was like, what was that thing about your wrist cracking and the drunk go-kart? Like what? And can you elaborate on that? And then it was in combination with someone who had sent me a very nice comment talking about how, I get this sometimes and it's really sweet, people who say they like just put on the readings to like listen to as they fall asleep, or they put on to, like, some people will say they just like listening to my laugh, and that, don't say that to me. That's so nice. That's so cute. Don't do that to me. I can't I can't I can't deal with that. I can't. I love you. I love you so much. I do. I really, really do. I don't know what to do about all that. And so it was like gonna be like a kind of, combination of that, but also I really wanted to, because I do feel bad about how much I ramble sometimes. I mean, just like in the daily, but it feels like, some of you, when you're here, are here like for the information that I'm being called to give you. And so you don't, like, some of you might not want to hear me ramble, or might not want to hear me, go on a tangent or anything else. And I do that because that's what I do. So I was like, okay, what if I had like a set block of time where I could shoot the shit and give you guys updates on what's been going on. And because I had been doing that a little bit at the beginning of readings, talking about things that were going on and stuff. And I was like, okay, what if I had like a block of time, and if you didn't want to hear it, you could just jump over it, and that's fine. And so that kind of all combined into Rosebloom Storytime, which then turned into something that people have been very sweet about, and very supportive of, and very encouraging of, and people very much enjoy. And it's really cute. It's really, really, really cute, because I don't know, it just feels nice to connect on that level. We're just having fun. I'm just talking about stuff. But yeah, so it's just fun. We have fun here. And it's fun. It's fun to bond. I don't know where I was going on that tangent. If you're still here, God bless you. Oh my goodness. But if you're still here, at the time I'm posting this, it's almost my birthday. Don't tell anybody. It's a surprise. I never talk about my birthday with people. I don't. My birthday makes me shy. Most things make me shy. I'm an incredibly shy person. But I really wanted to do something special for my birthday. Sorry. It sounded funny. And I don't know what. What do you think we should do? I wanted to do something special like on the channel. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think we should do? Should I have like a giveaway? Should I give away like, I don't know, a favorite, like, or not one of mine because they're my babies, but like I could buy another of like my favorite oracle or tarot decks and then I could send it to somebody. Or I could, what could I do? I don't know. We could like, oh, maybe we could like donate money. I could, oh, that'd be fun. Oh, this is fun. I could do like a charity thing on the video thing and you could donate. Oh, that would be nice. Oh, it's nice to give. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's do something fun. Maybe some people always talking. Some people ask me to do lives now and then, and I'm shy, but I could do it. I do really like talking to you guys. It would be the most inconveniently complicated setup imaginable because my laptop doesn't have a webcam on it, because I literally only bought it to edit videos, and because it had cool rainbow lights. They're not called that. They're called the RGB lights, but I call them rainbow lights. And I have a few friends who are like very avid gamers. Some of them are streamers. And they're like, they're RGB lights. And I'm like, they're rainbow. Look at them. And it doesn't have a webcam because whatever. And I didn't need that anyway. So it would be, from what I understand about streaming, not a lot, it would be the camera. Hi. And then it would be me like reading messages over here while the camera does its thing and trying to, so, but maybe we could do, I don't know. I don't know. I'm shy. I'm so shy. I like you a lot. What would happen if it was you and me on a live stream? What would we even do? I love you. What would even happen between us? Where would we even go? But I don't know. What do you guys think? I want to do something fun. Because it's fun. Birthdays are fun. I could not tell you how old I'm going to be. It doesn't mean I won't. I just can't remember. I cannot remember. For the last, I think, 4 years, I've forgotten how old I am. I know I'm not 30 yet. That's all. Maybe I am. No, I'm not. I don't know how old I am. Maybe I'm just really bad at math. But yeah, okay. I think I've talked enough. Also, I have somewhere I have to go in 10 minutes, and I'm just prolonging it. But I should go, and I'm very sweaty because I'm wearing my witch Mr. Rogers sweater. I have a friend that called it that, witchy Mr. Rogers, and which is true. That is true. I literally only wear this sweater when I sit down to do reading, so it's very Mr. Rogers neighborhood energy. Oh, hello, Roro. But also I'm wearing like those Christmas flannel pajama pants. It is 28 degrees today. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm hot. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So I think that's it. I love you. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. That's it for Rosebloom story time today, my babies. I hope you got the messages you were meant to get from the card. My boob. Or I hope you got the messages you were meant to get from my boob. That's where my intuition comes from. I have to do... Someone asked for that a long time ago for me to talk about my... like how I developed my intuition and how it started and how blah, 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 blah. I have to talk about that. Spoiler alert, it all comes from my boobs. Okay, I have to go. I love you. Bye.